Why do they never play 7-hander? That purely the only reason. Let's make them wait for a bit. Let's make the fans wait.
Good evening, everybody, and a very special welcome back to our 5-10-25.
We need to say no now, wouldn't it?
Good evening, everybody, and a very special welcome back to our 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em cash game, live from Dusk Till Dawn Casino, Nottingham. Guiding you through tonight's action will be myself, Charlie Reed, and a very special welcome back to the booth himself, Mr. James Atkin. How's it going, James?
Good evening, sir. Yes, doing well, thank you very much. Hey Charlie, thanks. Yeah, doing great, thank you. Looking forward to another night of some high stakes action. Hey Charlie, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Some technical difficulties there. Here we go. How's it going?
Hey mate, yeah, doing well, thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to another evening of some high stakes action. How's your week been?
Oh, it's been really good, but I've definitely been looking forward to this lineup. It's potentially the most action-packed, potentially biggest game at some point that we're going to see as well. It's really, really nice to be commentating for Dusk Till Dawn again, and nice to have you alongside me, James. And it's probably a good time to look over tonight's lineup as well. So we've got some very, very familiar faces in tonight's lineup. We've got the man himself, the headliner, some may say, Mr. Carl Shaw from Birmingham. 1.1 million on his Hendon mob. Very good in particular for somebody who's predominantly a cash game player. 606,000 he won, as well as that bracelet in 2019. And he's a very lively character, is Mr. Shaw. Creates lots of action, and very, very nice to have at the table. Ian Gasgoigne as well, a director of major finance firm in London. He's always been a long-term supporter of DTD and UK poker, and he's happy to play whichever stakes that you want as well, which is good for him. Kevin Brown, we've got a cash game player. The Big Daddy Brown's back in again. Shot up through the stakes since COVID and hasn't looked back. Well respected in any field as well as Kevin. And he's also got a buying and selling car business. Ethan Foreman, head of the Nottingham University Lock Society. He's a very nice guy. I spent some time in Bratislava with Ethan. Loves the game, and he's shot up the stakes in recent months, so going to be interesting to see how he plays in tonight's lineup. And no explanation is needed for Vinny, Ali and Leo, as we've seen them in episode 3. A game full of action, James. Really, really looking forward to this one. Could see plenty of big pots tonight, and we are in the home of UK poker in Dusk Till Dawn. Nice to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw last week that Vinny likes to get involved. We've got some new players on the stream this week that I know can be pretty high action, having played with them myself from time to time. So yeah, it should be an eventful evening, and it's good to see Ali has dressed up for the occasion again, Charlie.
Yeah, he was definitely he was the look of the table last week, and he might just have took the spot again. We'll have to see how confident his play is. If it's as much as he looks, then I'm expecting a good performance from Ali today.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's losing a button each week, so look forward to week 6 when he'll be completely shirtless.
Right, so it'd be a good time to get on with the poker then, I guess, James.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see what we can get cooking.
Excuse me, mate. No more of that, yeah? You've had your allowance of one pool.
Really nice to see again as well, James, how, you know, there's just a nice chemistry between the table in the early doors already. It looks like it's going to be a chatty table. And in general, in cash game poker, it's just something very good for the flow of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, although everyone's there to win, poker is a very social game. It's one of the reasons that we all enjoy playing, especially when it's live. Obviously, maybe less social online, but yeah, when you're playing live, it's always nice to have a friendly table, get some chatter going, and yes, you're playing poker, but also you're there to socialise, have a good time, and it seems like these guys happy to do that, even though of course they are being filmed for our entertainment purposes.
Yeah, it's really, really good to be back at DTD. Of course, still a work in progress, only on episode 4 of the Cash Game series. Dusk Till Dawn, the club in general, it's invested so much money into making these streams just a more enjoyable watch for its audiences and more enjoyable for us to get involved with. And so far, James, over the last couple of weeks, things have been very, very fun. And today, I can only expect more to happen from this game.
Got a decent hand here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, work in progress, but each week I think tweaking a few things, making sure the stream runs as smoothly as possible. So yeah, we're definitely getting there. The quality should be improving week on week, and whilst we're still sort of beta testing, as it were, we still have this interesting cash game going right ahead, and it looks like we've got a pretty interesting pot here straight out of the game.
Yeah, interesting to note that Carl Shaw didn't decide to peel the 3-bet with the King 6 of hearts, maybe deciding to play a little bit on the tighter side today, James.
Yes, yeah, we know Carl likes to get involved. Wouldn't have been too surprising to see him stay involved here, but so we're early doors just yet. But we do have Ian here in the mixer with the Jack 10 suited, and he's going to think that that's a pretty nice flop for his hand, but in a little bit of trouble here in a 3-bet pot, both players with top pair. Ian proceeding cautiously with a check, which may favour him given Leo's holding Queen 10 offsuit. We see Ian go for the check call. So, already though, we do have 1.5k in the middle. Leo with about a pot and a half behind. Ian now takes the lead, having check called the flop on this blank turn. And Leo still sat there with top pair. I would imagine that he will just call here. And he does indeed. And Ian now checking the river, and Leo will check it back with the king overcard falling on the river. Probably in some ways a good card for Ian. Could have potentially seen the money go in on some rivers, but the king killing the action. But this early pot heading Leo's way. Leo was on the stream last week, and he'll be pleased to have made a nice start this week.
And there's a good time to look at our chip counts, James. Kevin straight away playing 7.5k. Couple around the 5k region and a couple of 2ks, and it says Vinny is on 425. I'm not entirely sure that's true, James. Has Vinny added on?
If he's been involved in a pot, I did miss that, but I believe he might. He's got some chips in front of him, hasn't he?
It looks like Vinny's got 2k. I'm assuming that Vinny's added on 1.5k early doors here, James.
Yes, it looks. I think you're right. I think that's about what he's got, and yeah, all the players, kind of deep. Given that we have a 3-blind format here, 5, 10, 25, and so anyone with 2.5k playing 100 bigs deep, and yeah, most of the players sitting deeper than that, so should make for some good post-flop action.
And look at this, James. Early doors. Ethan has got the bottom of his range in pocket kings. So let's have a little look how he proceeds with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be pretty excited to just sit down and peel that one back. Ethan, a young player, I believe he's involved in the Poker Society at Nottingham Trent Uni.
Yeah, and Ethan as well. I'm wishing the best of luck for him today. I know he's been playing some bigger games recently than what he was previously used to. Putting in that work, rising the stakes, and also as well as off the table. He's a lovely, lovely lad. Spent some time with him in Bratislava last year. We did the commentary together for the On the Bubble Festival. Big shout out to On the Bubble and Mr. James Ablett himself. And yeah, it's nice to see Ethan in the game without the headset on, doing his thing. And now he's just got to pretend that he doesn't have anything because he wants to put in more money without giving his hand away. And here we go, 4-bet pot straight away as 4-bet Foreman.
Yeah, absolutely. We got some pretty nice hands here, but they're going to be forced out. Some of these hands with this 4-bet, but Ian sat there with the ace-queen suited. Did 3-bet pre, now facing the 4-bet from Ethan.
So now for Vinny, playing around the 2k stack, it's a bit of an awkward one now because he's going to have to put in £1,000 of his money. Now, if you asked Vinny how many times has he put in 1,000 with 9 suited before, I'm sure he'll tell you double figures. But playing just a 2k for now, will he choose to get involved? And it looks like he will. Going nowhere early doors is Vinny. And straight off the bat, James, 3-way action with some nice hands. And Ethan straight away gonna be taking pocket kings, post flop in a 3k pot.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gonna be loving life given how much money is in the middle and how much the players have back. It's just gonna be looking to gonna want to avoid that ace high flop. Gonna want to avoid 3 cards of the wrong suit all connected. And well, top set will do.
Yeah, so this is a board that I imagine Ethan won't want to put too much more money in, or with only top set.
Yeah, that's a pretty good flop, and he does just go with the all in rather than trying to slow play.
Yeah, I can definitely get behind this, James. It looks like he's got half the pot left in his stack, so nothing else really he can do. I don't think he's going to want to check. There's so many turn cards that can just change this board. Surely it's just get in the money as fast as you can, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I can certainly see the merit given the board with 2 clubs, 2 Broadway cards. He's kind of hoping that someone's picked up something and will call him off. But if it does check through, doesn't want to give up that equity by checking and having a 10 of clubs roll off on the turn or something of that nature. And unfortunately for him, neither of his opponents flopped a second best hand that could quite call that one.
And there you go. Ethan bought in with 2.5k today, straight off the bat. 10 minutes in, he's 4.5k, so winning 2k. And it'll be a good time to address the chat box today, James. They were very vocal last week. It's nice to have some people in again. We've got lots of Ethan Foreman fans in here today, all hoping that Ethan does well. It's been a very good start for him. Jack Morris Holland says, let's go, Ethan. Yo, Charlie, have you taken any clothes off lately and put them in the pot recently? So, I can explain. Not the last time I played in Dusk, but a couple of times ago, they were giving away Party Poker hats when they were affiliated with Party Poker, and I was basically trying to get people to call by risking my hats. And I'm sure in the past, I've tried to take off some clothes and encourage people to call as well. That's just one of the strategies you can apply up in Liverpool, James. That's what the audience seem to like.
Wow, it sounds interesting. I'll have to come over to Merseyside for a game sometime if we're getting clothes involved.
Does that mean you've got a wardrobe you're looking to get rid of or something, James?
There's definitely a wardrobe full of clothes that I don't think a 38-year-old is allowed to wear anymore. Charlie, you know, you start to get to a certain age, and all my hip hop clothes do look a little bit silly. I'm not going to lie.
Right, well, I'll be able to comment on that for you, James, in approximately 15 years' time when I do reach 38, so we'll leave that till then.
Yeah, maybe just, I'll tell you what, I'll give them to you now. You can put them aside and see if you feel like wearing them then. Yeah, so some pretty deep stacks, maybe players starting a little bit deeper than last week. So could make for some even higher stakes action as the evening progresses.
Yeah, definitely some interesting names in this week's lineup. We've got the action players happy to splash about. And we've got some players who are very, very good as well, you know, theoretically wise. You know, Ethan knows his stuff. Carl Shaw himself, very, very dangerous player and definitely capable of sticking it on people if you like. He's a guy, he's got a very aggressive style and he's not scared to play in big pots. So, going to be interesting to see how Carl gets along today. And it's a good time as well just to let everybody know that WPT 500 is returning to Dusk Till Dawn, May the 24th to the 29th. That is going to have a £500,000 main event guaranteed, £560 buy-in. There's going to be 2 high rollers for those looking for a bigger buy-in with 100k guarantees. And only live satellites for now, no online satellites. They will return someday soon, but for now, just live. And let's get back into the action here because Ethan has gone and found Queens again, widening his range a touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a nice little heater at the beginning of the session for Ethan. Looked like we were going to have a multi-way pot, but he's made it nice and large here, given the number of players involved. And it might just be a little bit too expensive for any of them to continue.
I just want to say about this sizing as well, there's about 5 or 6 dead £100 in the pot, so Ethan's sizing isn't actually as big as what it seems. Just isolating over that dead £100 all over the table. I do like this size from Ethan. Unfortunately, it looks like nobody's going to have anything to call with. Does Vinny decide that Jack 2 suited is going to be enough to gamble at the start of the night? Maybe not.
I mean, given some of the hands from last week, it wouldn't have been the biggest shock in the world to see him peel there. But yes, Jack 2 suited, not too much post-flop playability in reality. Lets it go.
Yeah, so really nice to see Kevin Brown back on the stream. Just in C2 there, James. He was missing from last week's lineup. This is the 3rd stream game he's played at DTD now, since we've started the cash game series again, and a very competent player. It's going to be interesting to see who he gets involved with today. And a couple of new faces. Ethan getting involved in the mix in the 5, 10, 25 streets. Carl Shaw as well. He's not shy to play these stakes. Definitely played bigger before, but does like to be in the spotlight, Mr. Shaw, and plays very well under pressure. If the guy even feels pressure, you'll have to go and ask him yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a little sneaky peek at his Hendon mob earlier. He's got some pretty impressive results and not shy in the high stakes action. Plays, 5k tournaments and such. So won't be too intimidated by the stakes this evening, even though we're playing a pretty big game here. He'll be used to that.
Yeah, really worth noting as well, this is the first time that we've managed to commentate on a WSOP bracelet winner, James.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Won his bracelet in 2019, just before COVID hit, in a 5k event. And yes, it's not easy to win a bracelet. There are some UK players that have, of course, managed it over the years, but yeah, quite an impressive victory there. And obviously, Carl, plenty of poker talent, and hopefully he'll display some of that for us this evening.
Yeah, so many people find it easy to say that when they do make their dream of winning a WSOP bracelet, that's them done. They're out the game, they've got everything they want, but with Carl, that is definitely not the case. The guy is hungry for the game, he loves to compete, and it's as if the love has never ever left for Carl. So really, really nice to see him trying to achieve even more from the game, making a living from the game he loves most.
Yeah, absolutely, and I imagine just hungry for more. That can also be the effect when you have a big win like that. And wonder if he'll be travelling there this summer.
Come back in a hurry.
Of course, the World Series not too far away.
Yeah, exciting times. A month until the schedule gets underway. We're about 2 months away from the main event, but definitely something for poker players and aspiring poker players to look forward to. But tonight, here we are in Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham, 5, 10, 25, no limit hold'em cash game. I believe the 25 straddle is mandatory, and potentially we'll be introducing the 50 at some point tonight, as we have done in the last couple of episodes. But yeah, we've got an action-packed lineup. Potential to see some of the pink 100 denomination value chips getting pushed around today. And yeah, just so exciting and really, really nice to be back in the booth with yourself today, James.
Yeah, absolutely, Charlie. It's good to be back with you. Enjoyed last week. We had a fun game, and yeah, it's good to see some poker action and just see how the evening develops.
Here we go. We've got a message from Eamon in the chat box. Nice to see a fellow losing 10p, 20p player taking the shot. Eamon, you've got your chance to call out your friend. Who is the 10p, 20p grinder taking the shot in the 5, 10, 25 streets? It'd be interesting to know who Eamon is referring to there. Wishing them the best of luck at the higher stakes for them today.
He just wanted to move up to where they respect his razors. You see, that's why he's here.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense. If things aren't working for you at 5p, 10p, or sorry, at 10p, 20p, you just move up to 5, 10, 25. You know, just the next level up.
Absolutely. There you go. So it looks like we maybe have this pot starting off as a limped pot. Vinny playing a little bit shallow actually now in comparison to everybody else. We did just see him take down a pot with ace high just to give him a bit of a deeper stack. But I haven't... Oh, and sorry, I was about to say I have a feeling this won't remain a limp pot given that Ian has aces, but it has already been raised in front of him. Ian sat there with aces now.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot for Ian. I could have imagined Ian going even bigger here than 725. A 200 and a call in there. Could have went somewhere around the region of 1k, but does want to keep his opponents in.
I'm going to try this squeeze stuff.
And
yeah, absolutely, yes. And it might be an optimal sizing against their actual hands as, you know, King 10 offsuit's going to be hard to continue. But may just feel tempted by that small sizing. Getting decent odds pre-flop, perhaps.
we might have to get the table audio turned down a notch because Carl Shaw's starting to pipe up with that Birmingham accent.
Yes, but yeah, does let it go. Not the best hand to defend against a squeeze 3-bet.
I just wanted to be noticed that Leicester and Orbit, the multi-millionaire in the team, was an ace king and ace king.
So we did see Vinny topping the chart of the VPIP a lot last week, but he has so far been surpassed by Ian, who has got involved every hand. Although in his defence, he has had some fairly premium holdings so far. Had the ace queen suited in a hand earlier, and of course they're getting involved with aces. I think that one makes the hand charts, Charlie.
Yeah, for sure. And Dexter says get Aravara in there. Oh, Tom Aravara, maybe we might see him on the stream one day. Let's see if he fancies some 5-10-25 at dusk. Adam White says, Charlie, enjoyed playing with you in Liverpool a couple of Fridays ago. I'm going to need to sharpen up my 6-card PLO though before I come back. Get yourself dealt out of bomb pots. Nobody likes PLO anymore. No bomb pots. Deal me out, dealer. Hold them all day.
Did Adam win any of your hats off you in this game? Or
I wasn't giving anything away this time other than my chips. But yeah, trying to stay involved in the Hold'em streets. How can you play 6 cards when you can barely play 2, James?
This is a very good question. Yeah, I've never quite made it to 6-card PLO. I just wouldn't be able to remember 6 cards in the middle of a hand. So especially given my age, as we've already discussed.
Now look at this. So straight away, the dealer is distributing the really big pairs again. Kevin has got pocket kings, and it seems to me that Carl is 3-bet here, and Kevin has decided to take the passive route and maybe trap Carl here. Is this what we've seen?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did miss the pre-flop.
Yeah, I think our graphics tell us that Kevin just called Carl's 3-bet here.
Yeah, with Carl being in the small blinds, yeah, that makes sense. And Kevin did take the lead on the flop. Be interesting to see how Carl proceeds here with just ace high.
Now, what's Kevin's strategy on the turn here? In the past couple of weeks on these flushy boards, when Kevin's got his really strong top pairs and over pairs, he does like to bet small on the turn card so he can potentially check back the river. Just charge some of those hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s with a club that he's got beat at the moment. Interesting to see that Kevin is not slowing down on the club here, and Carl is going to just get out the way. And straight away, Kevin up to 8k, back in the mix after a week off the stream, playing deep stacked 5, 10, 25 here at DTD again.
Trying to get me for the boys or what?
Yeah, absolutely. And those premium pocket pairs being circulated around the table in the early parts of this game. And Carl does well to get out of the way there. Maybe a little bit tempting to try and peel off a club on the river, but of course only drawing to the jack high flush could be dangerous.
Nathan Salah has said 57% VPIP guys are maniac. Nathan, if you tuned in the last couple of episodes, you would see that 57 would be a VPIP on the lower side. You know, everyone has been very, very involved. Everyone's, you know, taking their stream time to their advantage, really getting involved, and it's so nice to watch and be able to see how these guys are playing. And yeah, it's really nice to be commentating for DTD again. Welcome to everybody back to the 5, 10, 25 here. Myself and James Atkin are going to be guiding you through tonight's action. Gonna be about 4.5/5 hours today's stream. So much time to see some big pots and to see what these players have in their arsenals.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of arsenals, Carl has come out firing here, 3-betting fairly light with Queen 10 offsuit on the dealer button against the cutoff.
Yeah, it's interesting on Carl's sizing choice as well. You notice that huge 3-bet size, just really putting the pressure on the opponents in the early doors here. Getting involved as wide as the Queen 10 off. 3-betting Leo's late position open.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vinny, with the cold call, has managed to find a pretty favourable flop here. And Carl might be inclined to continue and does with that gut shot. And the two in-between cards, as it were.
Yeah, and Carl's sizing's an interesting one here. This is a board where he can potentially bet small 3 ways. Nice to have that diamond in hand. He can potentially bluff on some diamond turns. However, does elect for the big size in 3-way, and now he's in a bit of a spot because Vinny is all in for not much more. And look at that, a straight no good for Carl as Vinny fills up. And after Carl commits himself there, he's forced to double Vinny up.
This is the best cash game in the world.
Yeah, he would. I don't know if he would saw Vinny's hand before it was flipped over there, but might have thought without Jack would have been enough to take the pot there. But Vinny fills up. And yeah, Carl was essentially drawing dead against Vinny's hand, or was drawing dead in fact. not just essentially.
Yeah, so there's the dynamic of the table I was speaking about from the very start, James. You know, Carl Shorty likes to put lots of pressure on his opponents and sometimes uses some unorthodox bet size and really putting maximum pressure on his opponents. And again, there, you know, 3 ways. King, 9, flush draw flop. It's a board I expect, you know, a GTO line might take a small bet size on that flop, but Carl does fire big, commits himself against Vinny's trip kings. Did make a straight on the turn, but not good enough as a straight. Does not beat a full house, unfortunately, for Carl. And on to the next one, and I'm sure Carl will be sticking around until the end, hoping to get some of those chips back from Vinny.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of an awkward situation there with Vinny cold calling out of such a small stack. Did think that he maybe didn't have to, you know, kind of committed himself against his stack, obviously with probably with most bet sizes. So yeah, definitely does add something to the game dynamic. Having Vinny in the game just does maybe make the occasional unorthodox cold call that the average player might not make, and players are going to have to adapt their game to accommodate this, because yeah, Vinny likes to get involved, and sometimes he can make your life pretty tricky.
Yeah, Vinny definitely a player. You know, he as we've seen from what we've seen of him last time, he can be winning lots of big blinds in these games, but never ever does he shy away. He's always involved in the action until the second he leaves the chair. But I'm sure this week the aim will be to leave the chair with some chips. And Vinny definitely will be looking to stay involved throughout the night, provided there's a lot of entertainment in the last session. Really nice to see him in the chair again at Dusk Till Dawn.
5k there,
Yeah, absolutely. He helps to create an exciting game, that's for sure. And it looks like this time, though, it's Leo getting a little bit out of line here. With the 6-7 offsuit, putting maximum pressure on pre-flop with a pretty weak holding. And it looks like he might get this one through.
Yeah, never a bad thing, James, to display some light 3-bets. Always looks good on the stream. Lets people watching know you are capable. Can definitely make you some more money down the long run, doing a bit of advertisement on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. You don't want to always just be playing the nuts, because otherwise players are going to be able to assume that that's what you have fairly comfortably, and it's going to be hard to make money when you do make good hands. But if you mix it up, have a mixture of good hands and bad hands and keep them guessing, then that can absolutely help your profit rates in the future. And speaking of being a little bit light pre-flop, looks like Carl is getting involved with the 7 deuce here. I don't believe we're playing the 7 deuce game, but given the open, it does seem a possibility, because there's not many reasons to open the 7 deuce off in general.
Yeah, it's one of those things again, like I said before. This is great for the advertisement, even if the players aren't doing a 7-2 game. Whether Carl's on stream or not, he likes to portray himself as a guy who gives lots of action on the tables, as he does. As you can see here, getting involved with the 7-2. Wants the other players at the table to know that he's definitely up for a gamble with them. And yeah, it would be interesting to find out whether the 7-2 game is on James. We haven't heard anything of that yet. And for those of you who don't know, the 7-2 game is if you win a hand and show 7 deuce, each player at the table will have to give the person who shows the hand a set fee. In this game, it could potentially be £100 if they were to play that game. And that game in general just creates a lot of action. You know, it makes players want to get out of line with 7-2, and then there's another reason to create some big pots. So it would be nice to see that on in this game, but we'll find out maybe at the end of this hand, if Carl does win, whether the 7-2 game is on or he is just doing a bit of showboating for the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like he maybe is just in there to show this one at Showdown. And he did manage to get rid of pocket 9s in this hand. Vinny, though, with the flush draw.
Yeah, Carl.
I was about to say just that he does have 2 overcards to Carl's actual pair, of course, not overcards to the board. Plenty of equity. Yeah,
Carl betting again, putting some pressure on lots of the 8x and ace-x and draws that Vinny can have now. Obviously, if Vinny hits a jack or a 10, that would be good, but maybe Carl wouldn't let him win. But let's get back to the board again. Vinny does make the best hand, and let's see how he proceeds here. If he can find a check, it gives Carl some rope to bluff. However, does come out with the lead, and Carl's going to be getting out of the way pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to find a call there with bottom pair, with the board as it is.
Man of Straw has said in the chat, when is your next tournament stream? Dusk Till Dawn are going to be streaming the final table of the 500k guaranteed WPT 500. And they will also be streaming a cash game on a Wednesday the 24th to open the festival. Plenty more streams coming from Dusk Till Dawn. Thursday at 7:30 PM, the 5-10-25. If any of you guys fancy booking a seat in this game, go to see the man himself, Mr. Ryan Brodsky, at the Dusk Till Dawn poker desk, and put your name forward. Tell him why you deserve a place on the game, and you will get your chance to show the poker community your skills.
I had a pair. Did you have a pair?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Yeah, get your name down. Would be interesting to see any number of new players on the stream. Always interesting to see how people come in, and what they've got at the table. A couple of new players this week. Ethan is one of them. He's not going to be involved in this hand, it seems. Oh, he is just checking his cards and does let them go.
Yeah, really nice to see we've got an active chat box again, James, as well. We love it when people get involved. If anybody's got any questions to ask or any topics they want us to talk about, me and James love to go off on a tangent, talk some nonsense, so I'm sure we'll be able to supply and demand.
Yeah, if
really
you'd like
nice
to lead us astray, yeah, you know, drop some comments for us.
Yeah, it's real. Look at this. We've got action straight away on
Wow.
the feature table. Carl just ripping in the 4 bags with a Jack 7 of diamonds.
That, I mean, and look at the timing here. I mean, it's going to absolutely work in this hand.
There you go. And
sensing some weakness, perhaps.
Yeah, that's how you win, James. That's how you win a WSOP bracelet. You need to be able to suss out when people are light and just banging all the chips. And Carl there again showing he's not afraid to just stick everybody to the test. And I was halfway through welcoming back some of our viewers that have watched in previous episodes. But we're going to have to give that a little bit of a delay now because Carl is in the mix with the Jack 7 and look like that. I'm sure that's one of the best 700s that Carl has made.
Yeah, that's going to feel pretty good to get that one through. Seeing the players just quickly folding their cards is what you want to see when you're doing that with Jack 7 suited. But yeah, timed to perfection.
And here we go. We got Mike Skelder in the chat as well. Be nice to see him on one of these streams one day. However, we're trying to find a stream where we can support people over the height of 8'6". Welcome to the chat and welcome to the stream, Mike Skelder. Nice to have you on board. He says, "How's the grind, Charlie?" Yep, loving life on the tables, live and online, Mike. Things going very, very well. Putting that work in, but a nice little night off tonight to basically talk about poker. I mean, what kind of a job is that?
Yeah, absolutely. That doesn't sound like a job. That just sounds like fun.
This is fun. Me and James decided to come down to the booth, just talk about some hands. And anyway, who cares about the poker? Let's have a laugh. Which tangent should we go off on today, James?
Yeah, we should have come up with a list beforehand, shouldn't we, Charlie? Just to make sure that we had some interesting stuff to cover. I'm sure we'll find.
Yeah, well, I've just found something straight away, James. Carl is involved again with the 10-6 off.
Oh my gosh! Okay, wow, yes.
So Carl, maybe we're getting some sort of graphics out of here. Maybe Carl actually has aces, but we're told he has 10-6 off.
I mean, he's managed to find a way to force nines out, but I can't imagine that Ace King's going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, Carl definitely came to play today, as he always does, getting involved with the 10-6 off. Mozart's got the Ace King. And now it's just a matter of time. He's deciding whether to say all in 1 second or 10. Does elect to say all in now. And Carl just having to call 1k more here with the 10-6.
He's going to have to call it off, right? I mean, he's going to be priced in. So we saw on the previous hand, his timing was good. But this time, going to run into the Ace King. Although he's still going to have some decent equity if sevens get out of the way here, which I would imagine it's going to be difficult for sevens to continue. And Carl does flick it in.
Carl decides that 10-6 is worth £1,000. So here we go, about to play a 3.6k pot in the early doors in the stream. This could be the biggest one we've seen so far, James.
Yeah,
over the course of the night.
I mean, we know that Ali as well doesn't really like to lose in these kinds of situations.
Oh yeah, well who does? I'm telling you now, Ali's definitely going to be very vocal. If Carl can hit a 10 or a 6, 6 cards in the deck are going to do it for Carl. And it's not going to be one of those. 6 remaining out, approximately a 12% chance for Carl to suck out here and hit 10 or a 6 to scoop 3.5k. And it's a 9 and ace high is best for Mozart. And there you go.
And do you know what? Pocket nines folders pre-flop in this hand, Charlie, would have made quads. So they're going to be sat steaming in their seat. I forget who it was that had the nines, but
yeah, well, I can definitely get behind the 9s fold. As you can clearly see, he was crushed there by Carl with the 10-6.
Yeah, perhaps, not quite realising just yet what Carl is up to. Maybe now that the 10-6 was shown face up, of course, having to call off here might just change how players are viewing hands like 9-9 against Carl.
Yeah, really, really nice to see a active chat again. Everybody here to enjoy the ride with us, James, at Dusk Till Dawn for the 5-10-25. Vincent Lung says, what's happening there, Charlie? What's going on, brother? Nice to have you on board. Tommy Patrick says, Ethan with the constant sulk face. Well, yeah, I mean, like, his life could be better. He's only spending his time playing a 5-10-25 cash game, playing poker for thousands of pounds. What else can the lad want? Now, Ethan is a guy who likes to be serious at the table as well as having some fun and getting involved in conversation. You can clearly see today he's very, very focused, having a shot take in the 5-10-25 live streets. Really nice to see him on the stream today. Going to be interesting to see what sort of moves he's learned over the last year since I've last seen him.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he keeps getting dealt pairs, we're going to see plenty more of him on the stream. Another pair for Ethan. Picking up 8s in this hand, and does pump up the price to 150. And Ian calling out of the straddle, Vinny in the hijack, and really a board that no one is in love with here, based on their holdings. And it does check through, but hello.
Look at this! What a well-timed check from Ethan. So obviously this board is going to connect with some of the hands that he's going to isolate free.
Oh dear, yes, I saw.
Oh, we didn't even see.
Yeah,
Ian's gone
9-7.
straight.
Yes.
There could be some action about to unfold here, James.
I mean, we've got the cards in front of us, and even we didn't see it, so it must be a disguise straight for that reason.
Now here you go. It's going to be very interesting to see how Ethan proceeds now. So, has got a set. We are playing on a dynamic board that can change a lot. So many cards are going to change here.
Absolutely. Hearts,
change the
diamonds.
nuts. And now look at this. How does Ethan proceed in this hand? Does he decide to get all the money in now? If he does, he's going to be needing a board pair or an 8, and he does take the aggressive route. And how can you blame him, James?
No, I was thinking it would be very likely to see him raise here. It's going to be kind of difficult for his opponent to have him beat here, really. Ace Queen
and look at this,
9-7.
the Ethan Foreman fans in the chat are going wild. All those Ethan Foreman fans hoping to pair this board up, because look at this now, all the money has gone in. And Ethan is a 24% dog in this hand, going to be needing to find a Jack, 10, King or an 8, or it's early heartbreak for Ethan Foreman. 8 versus 7-9, all in on the turn. Check on the flop, and all the money is now in. And can Ethan find it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty brutal turn. You've got it.
Look at this, he's made quads, and that was the sigh of relief. And Ethan strikes the 8 on the river to smash the straight. And there you go, quad 8 early does for Ethan. A huge pot for Mr. Foreman. Really unlucky there was Ian. How's he found the 8? And Ethan is now scooping in a 4.6k pot.
Wow, what a river.
Unbelievable scenes, and the Ethan Foreman fans in the chat go wild.
I mean, and it looks like they decided to run it once as well here. So scooping a massive pot, taking a shot in this game, and just finds the quad on the river after the pretty unfortunate turn for him. Would have been thinking that he was getting that in pretty good against a possible maybe 2 pair or a combo draw, but actually found himself up against a straight. But does find the 8 on the river.
And there you go, we've got a new chip leader after not seeing him around for quite a while. Ethan is now in the 1 hotspot in the 5-10-25. Getting his money in, 24%. Congratulations, Ethan, we can see you put the work in. And there you go, 9k in the stack, James. And the action is underway here at Dusk Till Dawn, Nottingham.
Absolutely, yeah, what a pot that was. Just looked like a nothing board with all the players having flopped absolutely nothing. And then somehow we find an 8 that gives one player a straight, one player a set. They get the money in. And Ethan now sitting on the deepest stack at the table.
And while the dealer is just scooping in all of those chips to Ethan Foreman, it's a good idea to address the fact that on the YouTube channel, the video literally just gained 6 likes as Ethan scooped in that pot. So the Ethan Foreman fans really supporting the stream. We do appreciate you guys.
Yeah, looks like
live.
Nottingham Uni Poker Society out in force this evening.
Yeah, there you go. DTD Live, the work in progress cash game stream, building every day. Now up to 4,000 subscribers. DTD appreciates every single one of you. Subscribe to the channel, give us a like if you like what you see, and every single week we're providing the action for you. But today we're only an hour in, and look at this. Ethan up chunks in for 2.5k. The lad, what a start to the stream he has had. Going to be interesting to see how the action unfolds for him and everybody else at the table tonight. Welcome to Dusk Till Dawn Live, everyone.
And yeah, just a break in the play as the chips just get settled in Ethan's stack. Had some pretty big hands early doors. Took down some reasonable sized pots pre-flop, but that one is going to get the juices flowing. He's going to be able to sit this hand out though with the 8-3 offsuit. I'm sure he's not too sad to see that, Charlie. Sometimes when you've just won a massive pot, you don't mind getting dealt a little bit of junk just to calm yourself down.
Yeah, just getting out that way, finish on stacking up those chips, and here we go. The action unfolds again. Carl giving that action, bumping up the button here with the ace-6 off. And I assume that we're going to be seeing at least Leo continuing this pot with the Queen-Jack suited.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That plays post well, very nicely. However, we'll be having to play out of position to Carl here, which may be an issue. Let's see how the action unfolds for Leo.
Yeah, and Leo should be aware that Carl can have a reasonably wide range based on how he's played so far and what he would have seen, but flopping hot pair is going to help him feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and Leo correctly checks over the action. This is a board where no donking is allowed, and Carl has decided to check back with not so much going on here with the ace-6 off.
Yeah, disciplined check back by Carl. Might have been tempted to fire out a c-bet, but perhaps figuring that his opponent here reasonably likely to connect with this board based on his limp call pre-flop.
Yeah, James, Carl's going to be very aware that he can't just c-bet on every single board. He wants to have a hand that is somewhat connected, and just not enough going on here with the ace-6 off. So a well-timed check from Carl, and looks like he's not going to be losing any more in this hand. Well played from both players. And here you go, the free pips are building already. 53% in there, 80%, 71%. Action is plentiful here at Dusk Till Dawn. Simon Tasker says, what's the pink chips? Simon, the pink chips are worth £100. The black chips are worth £25. And the red chips are worth £5. So plenty of chips are in play at the moment. I'm sure this game is going to get a whole lot bigger. And Cappy says, absolute legend. I'm assuming you're referring to me, Cappy, or you might be an Ethan Foreman fan. Who knows? We definitely got some legends available on the stream today for you guys. Tom Brown says, big up the big dog Kev, bring that money home. Big dog Kev back on the stream, about to display the tricks he's got up his sleeve. Really nice to have Kev back on the show.
And just to round out the chips, there are also some plaques in play, is that right, Charlie?
Yeah, we do use the 1,000 plaques as well. That's what we've been using over the last few weeks. Expect to see a few of those getting flung around at some point, James. We've got a really, really nice, balance of caliber players in this game. Like I say, we've got some players who like to give action. They enjoy to be involved. They don't do too much re-raising. They're just happy to see flops and see what they can make of it. And we've got some players who are really, really good post-flop operators, if you like, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a wide mix of players in the mixer here, and it's definitely good to see some light 3-bets. And yeah, I think we have a kind of a mixture of recreational players and maybe those that take the game quite seriously. It's yeah, it's a fun mix of players, and We do seem to be just getting hand distribution. Does seem to be creating some action early doors. Leo turning a set here, and not too much for anybody else. Just a couple of gut shots out there.
Yeah, well, it's always nice when the dealer's distributing the hands for us. It gives us the non-stop action. I'm sure every single player at this table will have no problems in delivering for us, even when the hands don't come. But so far, the boards are really smashing some of the players in the face, James.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. We've had some premium pocket pairs already. Players Ali there did actually have a two-way gut shot, but against Leo's raise has to let that one go.
Yeah, and I suppose it's a good time to give Ethan some praise as well, James. I'm sure he's been desperate to, grab a chip tray and leave with the profits already, but does decide to stay in the chair and battle it out.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're maybe playing a game that's a little bit bigger than you're used to, it's going to always maybe feel a little bit tempting to do something of this nature. But when you're on the stream, it's going to remain, it's kind of one of the ethical things in poker, isn't it? You really want to stay in the game. It's good to let people have a chance to win their money back, and hitting and running a table after such a short time probably wouldn't be too appreciated, especially by Mr. Ian Gasgoigne over there, who was a little bit unfortunate in that hand with the 9-7 offsuit.
Yeah, and there we go. Ethan says, I'm going nowhere. I'm chip leading this 5-10-25, and I'm staying around to crush, says Ethan James.
Yeah, and that's the flip side. As much as he is playing in a game that may be reasonably big for him, he's got plenty of reasons to be confident in this game now. Finding good cards, had some fortunate runouts, but he's obviously joined the game because he is confident in his poker ability. So no reason to shy away just because the stacks got a little bit deeper.
Yeah, well, it's really good for the stream, James, that we've got such a popular lad that we haven't seen on the DTD live stream before with such a great start. Clearly the most popular player that we've had on the stream so far. The fan base is huge. I mean, about 25% of the stream today watching have came for Ethan, so really nice to have all of those guys on board today. All want to see him do very, very well. And here we go. What a great start for Ethan. Now Leo is going to be getting involved with the Jack-6 suited to see if he can turn some fortunes his way. And action's plentiful here at Dusk Till Dawn yet again, James.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some, light opens, light 3-bets. People are getting involved in the mix and not wanting to lose their stream time. Only a few hours of the stream for them to get involved and looking for their 15 minutes with some of these holdings, perhaps. And you sort of see here a middling flop is going to hit the players a little bit here. Kevin with middle pair, also Vinny. Leo finds a gut shot with some backdoors. And they all do make it to the turn. Be interesting to see this turn card, but it is an offsuit 10. That's not really going to change things for any of the players' holdings. Just third pair, Kevin and Vinny. Leo did open, and now we do see a 4-liner to a straight. So all players have a bit of weak showdown value. Leo did make the best hand on the river. I can very easily see this checking down. And Leo will be pleased to see that he is going to scoop this pot. And £700 in the middle there, Charlie. Not a bad one to just peel off a 6 on the river, and it gets checked down.
Yeah, well, there you go. Does find some fortune with the Jack-6, does Leo, and takes a pot in his direction.
Why did you play
And
Where did you play
again,
passive
the
or-
chat again are raving about Mr. Ethan Foreman.
Did you play passive?
Guys, we've got 7 players at this table. Does anybody want to support somebody else, or are we all going Ethan's direction today?
Oh,
So
absolutely. Never seen support like this. It's all Ethan in the chat box.
So Daniel Buchanan, if that's how it's pronounced, I apologise if that's wrong, says, I met Ethan at a charity fundraiser once, very down-to-earth guy. Yeah, honestly, Daniel, nothing can really be said about Ethan. You know, very, very personable guy and very intelligent with his poker. And so far today, the deck's done him the favours that he's needed. He's done everything that he can, not put a foot wrong so far, but did get lucky making quad 8s against the straight. And it's a great start for him. And we've got Theo saying Ethan is the newest player there, yeah, best player. Well, yeah, we've got a couple of, you know, very capable poker players here at this table. Ethan definitely up there with them. Really nice to see him on the DTD stream.
My spider sensors are telling me they're waiting for me to raise.
Daniel Hodgson says, is the action plentiful? The action is plentiful, sir. Nick Wright says, big dog, big dog, big dog. Go on, Kevin Brown, scoop the pots in, lad.
Yeah, he will be getting involved here, that's for sure. Carl said something about his spidey sensors tingling as he 3-bet. And made this one £200 out of the straddle. And does manage to flop best. Flopping middle pair here against Kevin, who's sat there with 7s. Carl continuing for 150 into 450, about 1/3 pot. And Kevin with that pair of 7s and some backdoors does take off a card. Kevin not going to be thrilled with that ace. Of course, Carl did pump this one up pre-flop, but does have the 8, so maybe not really needing to bluff here. Does decide to check. And will we see Kevin turn his hand into a bluff here? It did look like he was thinking about it for a second, but no. Just check back would be the more orthodox line for sure. And this board getting worse for Kevin, but Carl does improve to 2-pair on the river and will value bet, and it's going to be very difficult for Kevin to continue against this slight overbet, in fact, by Carl. What do you think of this sizing, Charlie?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about in the early doors of the stream, James. Carl is definitely somebody who likes to bet really, really big with his value hands and really big with his bluffs. Very polarized player, really tough to work out. He's got to do the same thing with everything, with his big hands, with his weak hands, and it's just so tough to play against because a lot of people are really going to be in disbelief, you know, thinking that he's got a hand, and then here you go again, just showed up with the goods here with the 2 pairs as Carl.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like he's going to be putting players in some tough spots, and they're going to have to decide whether this is a time where he has the goods or not. But 7's there, a little bit of a weak holding to do anything too creative.
Back to the chat box, Tanvir has said everyone forgetting Ethan got it in terribly bad. Hey. Not to be biased in any way, shape or form, but only positivity comes to DTD chat. And you're not wrong though, sir. 24%, not ideal. I'm sure Ethan wouldn't have liked to have seen the shape that he was in on the turn. However, with the action on the flop, check, turns are set. Not an awful lot Ethan can do there, you know. Got to move in there and can get caught by some worse hands. However, he was definitely needing, you know, the favour of the deck, and the dealer for sure definitely provided when he hit that second 8 on the river to make quads.
Absolutely. And let's see if Ian can make some of that money back now. Does find aces again. I think the second time. Ian's picked up aces already.
Cards really getting smashed around the table here. Pocket aces have been seen a few times. King's been out there as well.
Tell you what, he's slipped in a sneaky little call here as well against Carl's phrase. Perhaps, you know, realising Carl, pretty active, has been 3-betting, pretty light. Ian just with the smooth call pre.
Yeah, so this is definitely a way. It's an interesting dynamic to create here, James. As Carl definitely going to be attacking Ian on these sort of boards, when these kind of boards are going to smash Carl's range, and Ian definitely under-repped here. It's going to be interesting to see how he proceeds here. Would love to see Ian just call and keep his hand disguised, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's doing a pretty good job of looking not too thrilled. Just looking at Ian there, looks not like a man sat with aces to me, and like you say, Carl could be aggressive on this board with that gut shot Broadway draw. But
yeah, Carl does find a well-timed check here. It's a board he can definitely go after Ian on. However, does decide that Ian's not going to be folding, and it's whether he's going to give Carl a price now to try and hit his gut shot, or maybe Carl thinks that ace is working for him as well, but as we can see that it's not. And Carl does come in for the check call here with his ace high.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe thinking that Ian can have some hands that he's beating with the ace high. Maybe Jack 10 springs to mind.
And look at this.
Conservative check back.
Yeah, so this is what's happened here, James. I'm not too sure how many hours that Ian's done against somebody like Carl, but looks like he's just recognised there that Carl definitely a player of, responding to a bet on the river there. Don't think that he would have been after we see his holding, but Ian deciding to take a cautious check there and scoop in the 1.6k pot. Very nice hand to him.
And that could be something to do with Carl's image. Ian wouldn't really want to be facing any kind of check raise on this river. Perhaps one of the reasons why he opted to check aces back, as we see, wouldn't have got paid off in the hand. I mean, it's possible that in fact he could have been. You never know, Carl might have got funky on the river. We'll never know, but
You spent all day in front of the mirror going, which
yeah, maybe slightly surprising check on the river, but does scoop a sizable pot, and he'll be feeling better about that. About losing to quads earlier.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a good idea to take
Next chord says, "You haven't sung to me in a while, Charlie. Can I get a song?"
the mirror going.
Never mind, I'll find someone like you. There you go, Dex. There you go, mate. There's gives you reason to come and join the stream. Forget about the poker. Forget about Dust Till Dawn. It's all about the singing, yeah? I see how it works. Never mind.
I think it was a good idea taking the curtain rings out first.
Tommy Patrick says, "I remember playing with Carl at Star City Brum. Must have been like 8 years ago. He was just as wild." Yeah, Carl Shaw definitely got a very unique style. Very effective as well, especially proven since he won that WSOP bracelet. But yeah, Carl plays a lot of poker. Really, really dangerous player in the live streets. And yeah, it's really nice to have him today on display for the 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em cash game here at DTD. Christopher Cunliffe says, "Is this real money?" Yeah, it is real money, Chris. People just got a lot of it and they want to create a lot of action. But guess what? We'll sit back with a cup of tea, seatbelt on, enjoy the ride. Nice to have you on board today, Mr. Cunliffe. And look at this, back to the poker. Carl flopping the nut flush draw here. Vinny with second pair and ace high for Leo. Got to be interesting to see how this turn card brings.
Yeah, so Leo has the lead here. Pre-flop, Carl cold called in the small, and Leo now with the gut shots Broadway draw might be inclined to fire in a bet here on the turn, and does. And
Yeah, so as we can
it's
see,
awkward for Carl now.
as we can see, Carl's not going to be going anywhere. He's got to have a lot of outs. It doesn't really matter which hand he's going to be against here, but it's going to be difficult for Carl to show any form of aggression here on this turn card.
And Vinny does find the call also with third pair.
Yeah, this definitely is optimistic from Vinny. He's actually called here with the best hand, but really, really tough to imagine that he would have the best hand.
And he's going to win at showdown as well.
Yeah, he's going to win as well. Incredibly, Vinny's got there, so well played from him. The problem with calling here on the turn, though, James, is sometimes, Vinny's going to hit an 8 on the river or a 10, and even that might not be enough to win the pot. But a well-timed call from Vinny, scooping in the 1.3k pot with just the 8. And there you go. Action unfolding here at Dust Till Dawn, James.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty hectic start to the stream. Lots of action already. Big hands taking place, and plenty of money on the table as we see here. North of 30k between all the players.
I wish it wasn't true, Carl, honestly. I wish it wasn't true, bro.
You ran good last week, didn't you?
Oh, you don't want
You
to
two
do
was
that.
going at each other, sitting right next to each other, going at each other. There was. It's
Earphones were invented for.
I have to say, Charlie, they're not one to just raise and take it on the stream, are they? There's not too many hands that we don't go
Ran good last week,
post
didn't
swap with.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. These games have been so action-packed, and for any of you guys that didn't manage to watch any of the previous streams, we've got episode 1, 2, 3, and 4 now today, all on YouTube to be watched back. There's been so much action over these few DTD streams. We've seen a couple of these players a couple of times before. We've seen Kev Brown a few times. We've seen Vinny for the second time today. We've seen Ali for the second time today. A couple of these players booking a regular spot in this game, and have they got the right? Yes, they have. Bringing the action to the stream, very, very fun to watch, and just a few of these guys alone in general making the stream worthwhile watching, as well as all other fantastic things here happening at Dust Till Dawn Casino Nottingham.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Some 1k flex for this.
Ian picking up King Queen here.
Gonna go for a piss quickly and come
Going to
back.
find himself in trouble actually. Kevin turning 2 pair.
Yeah, and I really like this just call from Kevin here, James, understanding that there's going to be so many cards that can just change this board for him and you know, put him in a world of hurt. Like a deuce going to counterfeit him, a king as well.
When Vinny has made 2 pair on the river here,
Yeah,
and it's
we could be seeing some action. Well, like I was saying there on the turn, Kevin's understanding there's going to be so many turns, so many river cards that are going to change the strength of his hand. So electing to just take the passive route and call him the turn, and then look at this. Ian Value Towns himself comes 3rd place after value bet in the river. Vinny overcalling, and Kevin scooping in a 2.4k pot, and very nicely played from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of Ian going with a sort of blockery bet sizing on the river. It maybe worked out reasonably well for him in that he didn't get put to the test where he might have called off when bad on the river. It's sort of an awkward spot for Kevin there, whether he could raise for value with Vinny sat behind him. Did elect to just call and takes in a nice one. It also allowed Vinny to just lose the minimum in essence on that river card.
And Stephen says, scared money. I can assure you, Stephen, that is definitely not the case here on the DTD stream. Everybody definitely happy to gamble and play in some bigger pots. If you're referring to Kevin's just call on the turn with 9-7 there, I believe that's for all the reasons that I just said, like the king 2-7-9. If a king comes, then Kevin's kind of done for, losing to king X and pocket pairs, and a deuce changes it as well. A 10, a jack, a queen can all give the other players a better 2 pair. So Kevin just playing a little bit conservatively there on a board that can change a lot. Can get behind with the way Kevin did play that hand, and it worked out for him well on that occasion. And Chris Cullen says, good game, splash, splash, splash. Of course, Chris, this is why we tune in every single week to watch the 5, 10, 25 here at Dust Till Dawn. Really, really non-stop action.
Absolutely, Charlie, and just as you say that, we are here with Carl. Has come to play 3 betting with the Queen 7 offsuit.
And there we go, James. If anybody had any doubt of whether Carl was going to earn his right to be on this 5, 10, 25, this hand in itself will explain so. Carl coming in, mixing the Queen 7 off as a 3-bet bluff here, and really does smash the flop as far as range is concerned as well. King high, he's going to have ace king and aces here. Of course, Ethan can have ace king as well, can just flat call that hand super deep, but in general this is going to be a better board for Carl. And Ethan does come along to seed 1 more, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Carl puts some more pressure here on Ethan on the further streets in this hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a board that favours the 3-better. Ethan pretty strong here with 10s, but not loving that overcard. And Carl's going to have to go pretty big, and maybe
and
3
look at
streets
this.
here.
You've got to love the aggression from Carly, and I'm assuming this is going to get the job done, James.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to continue against this man.
Again, Carl's won a WSOP bracelets. He's not really bothered about hand selection, you know. He just decides that this board's better for me. I'm going to absolutely pile on you. Now, don't get me wrong, there's so many better hands to bluff with here, you know, some club combos and some ace-5s and some ace-3s, something where you can improve, but Carl decides that with range here, he can just stick Ethan in the bin, and he has done there.
Yeah, absolutely, and if you're making tens folds, then this bet has to be extremely profitable.
Yeah, you definitely can't hate the second bat. Sorry, you definitely can't hate the fall from Ethan there.
No, of course,
really tough to continue, and just a really well recognised time of aggression there from Carl.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's power poker right there, displayed by Carl.
Yeah, so it's really nice to see, James. It's such a good balance for the game, you know, to invite some of these high caliber poker players into the game, like Carl, like Ethan, to get in the mix, and it's nice to see them having a little bit of war between themselves there. And like we say, you know, these players, they play so well post flop. The hand selection doesn't necessarily matter, you know. These guys, they understand the game so well post flop. They can really get out of line here, and even though they play well, they're definitely getting involved with some lighter holdings and giving action to the table, which is always important in cash game.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree, and yeah, it's just very interesting to see how different sort of player types fare against each other, and as we see so far, Carl very aggressive and has backfired a little bit with that 10-6 offsuit, but I think his aggression is working out quite well for him, and it'll be interesting to see what hands he will take to the streets post-flop later in the stream. If he's willing to get stuck in there, we've seen him 3-bet already, Queen 10 off, Queen 7 off, 10-6 off. So getting in the mix there.
If anybody's wondering where the high VPIP stats are coming from, it would be from exactly like situations like this. You know, all players at the table happy to get involved with some mid-strength to weak-strength holdings because there's so much action, you know. Make a big hand and you're going to get paid on this game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. A few speculative holdings on this occasion. Vinny flopped best here with the flush draw and the gut shot. And Ali here with the King 8 suited improves to a flush draw on the turn. He is going to take the lead with a small bet. Difficult for Ethan or Leo to continue. Although perhaps the graphics have just a little bit lagging on this hand. Not quite sure how the action went. Leo maybe did just peel that small bet and rewarded with an ace on the river. And it'll be good enough to take this pot, I'm sure. Value betting the river, but nobody with anything that can really call down Ali.
And here we go. Ali just enjoying that the TV time, you know, in the tank with the King High. Everyone look at me and me shirt.
This is a tank for the ladies, isn't it? That's Where's the close-up? That's what he's looking for.
Really nice to see Ali back on today's stream. He was providing the action last week.
I tell you what, look, he's continuing, and he has found a call.
He's found a call with the King High. Incredible. Fair enough. Ali decides to come in for the call with the King High. Can be winning sometimes, however, doesn't win here. And Leo gets some nice value from his river days. Yeah, Ali definitely not shy to bring in the hero calls on the live stream here. He was almost right, however, he was behind at every stage in the hand.
Yeah, a little bit of bad timing there. I think with the small sizing of his turn bet, maybe does invite those ace-high hands to continue. Maybe if he'd gone a little bit larger on the turn, might have been able to take those out of Leo's range a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can definitely give Ali some credit there, James, because, I mean, you can clearly see that he's a thinking poker player, and he's decided that there's going to be some hands that he's going to beat at showdown there, so definitely can't criticise the guy for trying to bluff catch there with the king high. However, you know, the king and the eight of spades will be what he would be wanting his opponent to hold. However, the ace smashing on the river, and Ali with four-time caller. And here we go. Kevin the Big Dog Brown coming in again with the call with the king 10 suited. Ian's got the ace king. Vinny's in with the 6-7. Leo with the king queen with a potential squeeze spot here as well, but might just decide to call. And yeah, Leo is taking the aggressive route here with the king queen off. Really don't mind this. Chooses a nice and chunky sizing as well, out of position, which is always good to see. And now Ian has to decide whether to 4-bet this one or just call in position and go post flop with his ace king. Looks like he is bumping it up, sending in those plaques to attack. Makes it 1.4k.
How much you got behind?
Yeah, absolutely. King Queen always a little bit tricky to proceed multi-way pre-flop, and pretty good bluffing 3-bet candidate. Leo does opt to do it, but can't continue against the 4-bet by Ian. And nicely played there by Mr. Gasgoigne.
Yeah, and again, like it's good recognition the game from Leo, just understanding that when Ian's taking a 4-bet spot against him, there, King Queen is going to be in a world of trouble, and does get out of the way. It was nice to see him stick in a squeeze with the King Queen, but then definitely knows his time is up when he gets 4-bets. So well played there from both players.
I was just waiting for it.
We see Ian there, looks like he is wearing a Ukraine badge. Not sure if he's a Eurovision Song Contest fan or if that's sort of a political comment, but...
Well, you never know. He could be singing a lot after this session. I'm sure Ian is looking to try and win a few bags on this 5, 10, 25 cash game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dusk Till Dawn really is picking up its stream schedule again now. Really nice to see that. So much coming from Dusk Till Dawn. And I can let everybody know, for those of you just joining us now, that WPT 500 is back at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham, May the 24th to the 29th, bank holiday weekend. That will have a 500,000 guaranteed buy-in main event. £560 buy-in, sorry, not 500k. 2 high rollers, each with 100,000 guarantees. The live satellites will be held at Dusk Till Dawn. There's none online at the moment, but we are working on getting that back for you. And more live streams of the main event final table and the cash game on Wednesday the 24th to open the festival. And if APAT is your thing, then that will also return May the 17th to the 21st. UK Championships includes a 50k guarantee, £120 buy-in main event, and APAT medal mixed games including stud. So DTD really offering a little bit of everything for everybody, and every caliber of poker player has got something to find here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And yeah, you mentioned there the amateur poker tour event next week. Always a friendly atmosphere at those events.
25kd.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how much gets behind the bar during those dates, James. I mean, you know, the APAT players, they love to get involved and have a few pints and have some fun. It's really like, even if you don't fancy playing in those games and you're a cash game player, the whole atmosphere around a club in general, not just only on APAT weeks in particular, but during the APAT weeks, atmosphere can be really good. So a good time to get down to Dusk Till Dawn and potentially compete in some cash games as well as tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, plenty of day ones for the main event of the APAT. You can get involved. There's an online day one on Monday the 15th of May at 8 p.m. That will be found on GG Poker, or you can rock up to the club and play. Day one's on the Thursday, Friday and 2 on the Saturday. So plenty of ways to get involved in that £120 event with a 50k guarantee.
No, you don't. I've seen you fold queens.
And a few side events as well. Good to see some other forms of poker as well being dealt that week. I can see a PLO tournament triple stud as well. That's not frequently on a schedule, so a few different formats to try your hand at. Horse as well, and round of each, which presumably that one is a mixture of Oldham and Omaha.
And well, look, James, isn't that amazing? Mike Skeldon says Ian had a van converted to a pizza van, providing for the front line in Ukraine. ETC, it's called the Gaza. How about that?
Ah, yes, I did see about that on Ian's Facebook, that he was doing something for the Ukraine. Yeah, that's no, absolutely credit to Ian for doing that. The Gaza, I like it.
And here we go, lots of hands around the table here, all looking to get involved, and we're gonna see some multi-way craziness again, I think, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a pot brewing here. Vinny finding the call with the 8-6 off. That's going to invite. I think we're going 5-way here to a flop.
And at what stage of tonight have we got to see a huge cooler? This is the first chance to see that. Let's see what damage the dealer can do.
Oh, we do have a set of deuces for Carl. Top pair for Vinny. Does this check round? Wow. Oh no, and Ali's five-way is fired out the 1-6
queen.
Top bet here, yes. Maybe a little bit optimistic, just tried to thin the field a little bit, I would imagine, with this small bet. And Carl slow playing essentially by just calling here.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised to see this, James. You know, just on a rainbow board, it's difficult to find where Carl will be drawing his bluffs from. Maybe just want to under-rep his hand and potentially not run into a bigger one here and so multi-way. And one thing I will make clear is you definitely don't win WSOP bracelets without flopping sets, James.
No, absolutely. You can always need a little bit of fortune in those kinds of situations. And yeah, the deck being favourable here to Carl. Who does?
And here we go. He comes in for the lead. I like this. I can get behind this as Carl.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to beef this part up now. Does not want this to check round to the river.
Yeah, it's just really well recognised, like that this turn can get checked around at some frequency, and I'm sure Carl's going to have his fair shares of leads as bluffs, but this time with the set, and this, you know, one that he may proceed with caution with because it does change the board a lot again. But let's see how Carl plays this river card here.
Yeah, not going to be his favourite river card out of all of them.
And
but
look at
does
this.
Find the jam.
He just rips it here. I think this is going to be an exploit, you know, just about the player he's playing against. He knows Vinny's an action player, and just understanding that he's never ever going to fold this hand here. So just deciding to play for the lot and seeing if Vinny can flick it in with a worse hand can really get behind this ship here as Carl. And now Vinny in a tough spot, bluff catching, you know, he's blocking straights, he's blocking flushes, he's got a pair, and it's whether he believes, you know, Carl is going to lead this turn card with a hand that's going to have missed the river. And Vinny in a little bit of a tricky spot here with his third pair, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, yeah, his hand does have some attributes that could make it. And it is considering it. Vinny makes some light river calls in the past. Perhaps Carl jamming for that reason, even though we did say it was a little bit of a tricky river card. But Vinny's seriously considering this decision.
Yeah, this would be a really, really good exploit jam from Carl here, just recognising that Vinny is going to call off with some worse hands here. However, just looking at the board there, like, think of the hands that Carl might lead on the turn as a bluff, like a 4-5 of clubs kind of hand or a 8-9 of clubs. You know, this card is going to connect with Carl's turn leading range. However, Carl, understanding that Vinny can definitely be a man in disbelief here, and it looks like he's thinking about flicking a chip in here, James.
Yeah, it's
Feeling I'm ahead here as well.
and as we just hear, maybe changing his mind a little. It looked like he was getting ready to call.
Yeah,
Does feel like he could be ahead.
definitely a well-timed fold from Vinny, as we can see. But again, you can only credit the play of Carl Shaw. You know, if Vinny was taking this long over a 6, then definitely a profitable play for him to make the jamming with the set on a board that changed considerably by the river. And Carl Shaw, given lots of action here on the table, not shy about getting involved. And again, post-flop has been putting on quite a display so far, James.
There's no economist.
Just a 6. Yeah, the flop.
Yeah, absolutely getting involved. Plenty pre-flop this time. Just with the deuces manages to flop a set. And took it a little bit slow just to let people catch up a little bit and managed to win a pretty sizable pot by the river.
And there's a good time just to take a quick look at our chip count again. Stacks ranging from around 9k all the way down to 2.5k. This game really starting to get deeper now. And action is really unfolding here at Dusk Till Dawn, James. Really nice to see.
Yeah, 100%. And no hands off in this stream. It's very difficult for us to run off to the toilet or anything like that because it's just non-stop. Players going.
I don't think we're going to be able to miss any action, James. So if you are going to go to the toilet, feel free to send me a message and get yourself on your way, and I'll look after you.
No, we're all good for the time being. But yeah, it's been action galore, and yeah, no reason for that to abate anytime soon. Players all settled in, playing for about an hour and a half now on the stream.
So we haven't seen much involvement from Ethan since making the quads in our highlight hand of the night so far. He has been pretty card dead since then, and we are still only early doors, but I'm suspecting we're going to see a little more from Ethan today. Now chipped up, playing super deep in this cash game. We've seen Ian get involved as well. Not seen so much from Kevin so far today, but we've seen from previous streams that Kevin is a player that likes to get involved. And again, in his previous 2 sessions on the DTD live stream, he has been one of the highlight players. Played really, really well, Kevin. Definitely a well-respected cash game in and around the club.
Sorry, I don't know your name. Nathan. Ethan. Yeah, his name's Ethan. Yeah.
And there we can see the cogs turning in Mr. Carl Shaw's head, deciding on what's going to be the next play to unleash. Yeah, really nice just to see the balance we've got here, James. We've got some players here to have a good time and mess around, and some players are taking things a little bit more seriously. And it's just really, really nice just to gel both of those feelings together and just show, really represent, you know, the different kind of emotions that can be shared at a poker table.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, credit to the players. It's a nice, friendly game. No one getting too frustrated, you know, with their misfortune, or not too much in the way of showboating when things are going their way.
And
Nice.
there we go. The cameraman really loving Carl there, taking some time on Carl, and you can see why. We can't really see what's going on here with the graphics, but Carl definitely popping up that aggression again.
Yeah, interesting. So we've got a hand here. We're not quite sure what the players are holding, but
I'm pretty sure Carl's either got aces or ace-2 of clubs here. It can only be one of the 2 hands.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to pin Carl down to any pre-flop holding, given what we've seen so far.
And it shouldn't be too long before we can follow the action again, but from what we can see, it looks like Kevin is being put to the sword here pre-flop by Carl Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and we've got a face-up fold of ace queen, I believe it was. I'm not sure about the quite which paint card it was. It looked like a queen. Oh, it's a king. Okay.
All right, so the hand actually played out, and Kev's found the hero call with the ace high. Carl getting frisky with the jack 3 of clubs. And again, it really is a shame that we lost track of the action during that hand, because as we were saying, we haven't seen so much of Kevin today. And making a really, really nice call there, well-timed call against Carl with the ace high. And there you go. Here's the start for Kevin's night.
yeah, just a little bit tricky to follow that hand there. Obviously, a little bit of technical difficulties with the graphics.
Yeah,
But yeah, got his hand caught in the cookie jar there on the river.
Kevin makes a statement there to the table and says to Carl, "You're not the only people you're not the only person putting players in the bin today, mate." And there you go, a nice well-timed call from Kevin, and Carl gets looked up with his jack high. And there we go, James. Like I say, there's all different player types at this table. Really does make a nice gel. And I sense some multi-way action today could cause some carnage between all these very different styles at the poker table today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm kind of relieved to see the whole cards back here. Could have been good. I mean, would have been going back to the old school, of course. Back in the day, whenever poker was televised, it was without whole cards. Whole card camera is not a thing until, well, probably about at the time you were born, probably, Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice to have the graphics back on again, so we haven't got to focus on, Ali's dress sense, for example.
Absolutely, yes. Makes our lives just that little bit easier, of course.
And here we go, Vinny again, yet again, just showing he's really not shy to get involved. Definitely no surprise here to see Vinny show up with the 5-3 off. And look at this for the dynamic board. We've got some 2 pairs, and that's about all from what we can see. But Ian definitely looking to protect on this board, but will be shy to any sort of aggression. Might be lucky to not be facing any here.
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy to get rid of those stray hearts that were lurking.
Again, James, look at the way Carl manages to fold the king-3 off. What a fantastic player.
Yes, although he is aggressive, maybe not quite to that standard of would be quite.
And there we go. Nice to see that Ethan's 6 bags up, Kev 3.5. Carl's down 4.5k. Definitely won't be the first time that's happened to him. He's been a high stakes cash game player for a long time now. Sure, he's very, very used to the swings by now. And even though he's down 4.5k, still put on quite the performance today so far, James. A very, very interesting player to watch and someone who's willing to give some action. So very, very nice invite for him on today's stream. And just really, really nice to see some of the same faces that we've seen in previous streams, getting a regular spot on this stream. And definitely given the action to be invited back and just portray the skills on stream.
Absolutely. It looks like we had a misdeal in this hand. Perhaps the dealer was distracted by Ali's shirts there and flipped a card over or something.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that Ethan's discontented because of the dealer making a misdeal. He's only earning 3k per hour now. And here we go. Ethan is about to peel pocket 5. Is going to be in the low jack here. I expect he will be opening this one, but I can completely understand if he'd want to fold. Does come in with the open to what looks like 50. 75.
Yeah, Ethan opening here, and we're going to potentially see a multi-way pot here.
Now look at this. We've got lots of pretty hands on show here, and it looks like everybody's going to decide to make the passive route and then go multi-way to this flop. But so many potential flops that could cause so much danger for the field here.
Yeah, it did look that way, but Ian has spiced it up here a little bit with the Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, I can confirm absolutely nobody. I'm actually surprised to see the King 10 suited fold there. King get behind it, definitely should be in a crushed position, facing a 3-bet sometimes. However, he was actually dominating Ian. But we are going to go 3-way here, 2 pocket pairs and the Queen 10 of diamonds. And let's see what action unfolds here on the flop. And there we go.
Wow, and the King 10 of clubs did fold pre. Would have found a very favourable board, unfortunately for them. However, Ian now continuing with that 3-card royal flush draw.
Yeah, this board definitely again going to be one favouring Ian, and the size in the game not too big. Important to note that you can't use a too big of a size here, three-way. On a board that can change a lot. But here we go, the turn card comes out now, and Ian's actually made the best. Carl was bluff catching on the flop, and looks like Ian might be slowing down on this turn card. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here on the river.
Oh, no, actually, yeah, I had assumed that Ian would check this one back as well, Charlie, but he has decided to value bet. Perhaps putting Carl on a flush draw, or, you know, there are plenty of draws out there. Continuing the aggression with a sort of a 1/3-ish size bet on the turn. Carl a little bit confused by this action, maybe considering doing something, but does just let it go. 8, perhaps not a great candidate to get frisky with there, and calling didn't seem like a great idea either.
Yeah, Carl decided to not attack there on a board that is going to favour the 3-better a lot. But these players really have got to tread with a bit of caution when playing with aggressive lines against Carl, because he can be double as aggressive back to you.
That's normally me.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
Nice, really nice to have WSOP bracelet holder on the table in the 5-10-25 here, putting on a show for the viewers. Carl loves to be on streams and loves to play poker in all types of lineups, and scared to play no poker player is Carl Shaw.
No, it certainly seems that way. And shout out to Ian Gasgoigne, just was mentioned in the comments there, had a little look on his Facebook page, and yeah, Ian has done up a van that he's sent to Ukraine to try and cook pizzas and things for people on the front line and such. So very charitable bloke is Ian. Has been a bit unlucky in the stream up to this point, although just winning a nice pot there, of course, to fight back a little bit. Now sat with 8k, can't be down too much. And Ian, a regular at Dusk Till Dawn, I believe, probably since the day that it opened. Lots of these guys, regulars at Dusk Till Dawn.
So what year was it that DTD opened then, James? You might know better than me. It was either 2007 or 9, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's between those dates. I'm not 100% sure exactly. I think it was 07. There was a little bit of time where... no, here we go. Google is our friend, and it does say opened in 2007.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's nice that you've been supporting DTD from the start. I've been supporting DTD since 2018. Really is a fantastic poker room in the UK. Attracts people from all over the UK and around the world as well for the series. So really does accommodate for every poker player. I'd have been around in 2007, James, but I was probably actually learning to write my own name back then. So it's a shame I couldn't join you back then to be in the streets, you know.
Yeah, I don't believe there is a daycare centre attached to Dusk Till Dawn, unfortunately, so yes, would have taken you a little while to get involved.
Yeah, I chose to hold back the needles there about having one way to make money through poker would be to be opening a daycare centre, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
There we go. Back to the
might never
action.
see their parents again if that happened, though, right?
Back to the action again. Vinny is coming in for a bet here with his 2 pairs, and Ian again very much bluff catching, only beating some like missed diamonds here, or like pairs turning to a bluff that don't make a straight. Like,
yeah, this board kind of got progressively less favourable for Ian. Certainly the 9 on the turn, giving 4 to a straight. Not too much that Ian is beating here in reality. But does find the call, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is the dynamic that we've seen before, James. After seeing Vinny play before, like, it's so hard to credibly put him on a hand, and this is why Ian maybe just being in a little bit of disbelief here, just saying if you've got it, you've got it. If I don't believe you, I'll just call. Here's the £400. And a well-timed value bet there from Vinny on such a scary board. You know, if any aggression was shown back to Vinny, he'd have been rolling around the floor upset. So it's a nice timed value bet there for Vinny, and he chips up the extra £885.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of one of those spots where it's just, I think for Ian to be good, then it requires Vinny to have been turning a hand that has showdown value into a bluff. Kind of unlikely to show up there with undercards to the board. And maybe that's what makes that a little bit of a thin call potentially. But of course, Ian may well have watched some streams back from previous weeks and knows that Vinny can be in there with a whole mix of cards and does find that call.
Yeah, I don't see anyone drinking any alcohol at the moment, James. Hopefully someone can get a pint of beer down the neck and spice things up even more. Not to promote alcoholism in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I'm not sure these players particularly need any alcohol to get wild at the table. It looks it's been a pretty wild game so far already. The Red Bull seems to be doing the trick this week and last week. Actually, maybe that's the secret ingredient to an action-packed stream.
Put a big bluff in with my draw, and I always say,
looks like we're going to have a bit of a family pot here.
I normally try that move just when
with all the
they've really strengthened their hands, you know, like they
Ethan flopping the nut flush draw kind of flops best here, although Vinny does have that middle pair. Carl and Kevin with a pair of fives. And Vinny does lead out with his jacks, or not lead out, sorry, he does bet on the button, and he is best, manages to thin the field quite nicely. Now just against Ethan with that flush draw, and continues his aggression on the turn.
Yeah, and this is going to be one that we're not going to be seeing Ethan fold, I believe, James. It's going to be one of those ones where he's going to call the 450 and then potentially lead on some club rivers. Definitely not going anywhere as Ethan here. So many cards can just really give him a lock on the hand. However, this one isn't going to be one of them. And having watched Vinny before, I don't think he's going to be losing this one. I think he's going to check back and just take it down. I don't see how often Ethan would ever lead the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. This will check down. And it does. Indeed.
And there you go again, James. You've got to comment on it. Of course, the bet on the turn, you could argue, is definitely unorthodox from Vinny, but he does manage to find the extra sheet of value with a jack with no kicker. Can only praise this sort of play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you have to give Vinny credit. Sometimes finding those bets where others might not. On this occasion, certainly worked reasonably well against Ethan's holding. Got to be a little bit careful not to value own yourself against better pairs. But Ethan did have the flush draw. Is value owning still a used phrase, Charlie? I feel like I might be, a little bit retro with some of my terminology sometimes.
Yeah. It's value owning is something I like to do to my opponents. You know, playing cash games non-stop. That's a very, very important factor in cash games and to being a successful player, James. If you don't get value and value own your opponents, you're kind of playing the wrong game.
Absolutely. My specialty was always value owning myself, so that's maybe not the best attribute of a poker player.
Yeah, just very, very important to remember sometimes, you know, if you can credibly make a value bet and be caught by worse hands, you know, sometimes you're going to end up value owning yourself, if you like, and run into a better hand, but always important to value bet if your opponent can call worse, and that's how you make the most big blinds out of cash games, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you've got to make those thinner value bets, and they're not always going to pan out quite as you see fit. But
yeah, well, that's what we've seen from players like Kevin over the last couple of streams, James. You know, these players just making the light value bets and, like, you know, just not being so scared about having to face any aggression, and just really putting in bets when they can be caught by worse hands and just getting the most from their spots. And players like Kevin, you've really got to give praise for what he's done over the last couple of sessions in terms of that.
Kind of an interesting peel here by Leo. I think he flicked that in three-way with just the 9-6. And kickers are going to play here.
Yeah, and again, like, this is what we were talking about with the thin value bet. So Kevin, again, recognising he can definitely get looked up by some worse hands here. However, he's going to run into a better kicker in Vinny. But as we've seen before, Vinny was contemplating calling against Carl Jordan the hand when Carl made the thin value jam with the set. And that's why you can only ever get behind Kevin's bet here, because if Vinny ever calls worse, then it's definitely a profitable play. However, Kevin gets the bad news in this spot.
Yeah, and he's not going to feel too good about that. There weren't that many river cards where he wouldn't have been at least tying this hand. He had hearts and sixes to the good, and anything above a 7 would have given him a tie.
And there we go. Vinny's not deciding to play many hands today. There's 23% of the time he's folding. Leo also folding 33% of the time. Do you think these players need to loosen up a little bit, James?
I thought he can't beat me every time.
I thought it'd be interesting to see this as VP NIP did not put in. Might be a more a better way of looking at it based on how this game is running.
And now we've lost half of our viewers.
I'm surprised you shout with King, to be fair.
So is your excitement gearing up for Vegas? You mentioned that you're heading out there for a long stint, Charlie.
Yeah, so June the 1st, I'm flying out with the man himself, Mr. James Ablett and Frenchie, going to spend the summer in America with those guys. Really, really excited for that. I had such an amazing time last time. Spent lots of time on the table, maybe not enough for some would say, but you've got to really enjoy, especially for the first time in Vegas, you've got to enjoy the scenes, and we definitely did, but we've got to be looking to knuckle down over the summer, try and stay out of that heat. You're really excited for that, you know. Poker is just such an amazing game, James, you know. It really invites a community together, you know. You can play it for fun, you can play it to actually make money, you know. It really is a really interesting game, but I kind of fell out of love with, you know, gaming consoles and, you know, board games and whatever, you know, when I was growing up, because it gets to a certain stage, you discover a game that, you know, you're playing for hundreds and thousands of pounds, and that's where people get their adrenaline from these days, James. You know, money talks, you know. Of course, you get the nice assets from poker, like Carl there with his WSOP bracelets, and guys winning tournaments. You get that additional pride with the trophies and stuff. Well, with the cash games, the real big luxury is the money involved with it, you know, and it really, really is the best game in the world, James.
Yeah, I absolutely. I can't disagree with you there. Poker is such an intriguing game. You kind of never stop learning, or you know, the game evolves year on year. It doesn't seem to sort of stop evolving, which I'm not sure if there's another game really that is comparable to poker in that respect, where you know, strategies keep changing year on year, and what is good one year is suddenly terrible the next. Perhaps not to those extremes, but certainly when you go back and watch old footage, I'm a little bit nostalgic, and I do occasionally watch some old footage from you know, the 2000s or 2010s, and it's fair to say that poker has changed a lot since then.
Yeah, let's get back to the chat box there as well. So Tommy says Ali may be a personality, but he's also a nit. 30% should be the drop zone in these games. Well, Ali is definitely a player that can become involved depending on how the outcomes of the hands are going. I know Ali's a very vocal guy and he likes to get involved in hands, but you know he needs to be dealt at least some hands to get involved with. He's not had too much of it today, and yeah, definitely can't complain about the amount of action that happens during these games. And Cappy has said, wish we could hear the table chat a bit more. We'll see if we can get the volume turned up for you a bit. And maybe that's our cue to just zone out and let's just enjoy the table talk for a couple of moments, James.
Sounds good.
This would be a great time for nobody to say a word for 10 minutes, right?
I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah, the player's quite focused on those hands. 2 flush draws out there. Leo, though, with a pair, is the favourite.
And again, anybody with questions about the level of action in these DCD 5, 10, 25s, look at Leo's holding and look at the size of the pot, James.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's putting some pressure here on Leo, just with a bare. Well, not a bare 4, he does have that 8 of spades, but it's going to feel pretty much like a bare 4 all of a sudden. That 8 high flush draw, not the most exciting thing in the world. Does let it go. So nicely played there by Vinny.
Yeah, Tom Aravara said need the return of 4-bet Foreman here. That is Ethan Foreman. Does anybody know what time Ethan Foreman went home? Can you let me know about that, James?
Yeah, well, you know, in defence of Ethan, he hasn't really been able to do too much with what he's been dealt, I would say. Got into that very tricky spot with 10s when Carl decided to get very aggressive with the Queen 7. And also in defence of Ali, yeah, 30% is perhaps on the nitty side for a game like this, but it is a fairly small sample size, only playing for a little under 2 hours, and I can't say I've noticed him making any particularly tight folds in the graphics. But we will keep an eye on that. We'll have our nit radar out. And we will see if it gets blaring anytime that Ali's in a hand. We might see here if he doesn't open the King Jack offsuit, perhaps, but I imagine that he will. And does the nit alert can remain silent for the time being.
325.
I mean, I know it's thin, but sometimes the game's not easy, is it? Sometimes it's hard.
Pass. 325.
And Carl here is put the 3-bet in with a good holding here, pocket 9s. Vinny finds the cold call out of the straddle.
Yeah, and there's actually an interesting stat there as well, James. The last time Vinny folded Queen 10 of clubs for £350 was in 1986.
But this is a board that Carl's going to be pretty happy to see, and the other players not so much.
Yeah, Carl can definitely come in for some bets for protection here, you know. Very vulnerable hand in 9s. But looks like he's going to be taking this one down. Well, Vinny, look at this. Vinny's not going anywhere.
Wow, Vinny has something in mind, perhaps, for this hand. Does have 2 overs to Carl's actual hand in this case. So there are some interesting turn cards that could peel off here with backdoor clubs as well. But it is just an offsuit 8. So Vinny going to have to get really creative here to have any chance of winning this hand.
And it's got to be just really interesting for how Carl is going to proceed on this turn card here, what size to choose does elect to bet pretty big here. You know, maybe trying to get a second street out of Vinny's pocket fives, pocket sixes, pocket sevens, and not banking on Vinny having a better hand than himself at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty nice value bet. It goes fairly chunky in sizing, 60% pot, and Vinny sort of got himself in a little bit of no man's land there with that flop call. Does just fold against the large. Well, I say large, the turn bet from Carl.
Yeah, but you can really see though the effect that Carl Shaw has on the dynamics of the table, James. Because even when the players have got nothing, like they still feel like Carl's essentially bullying them because he's so aggressive, and even when they've got nothing, they still don't want to fold to him. So Carl really does bring action into these games, and he's a really nice addition to the 5-10-25 here at Dust today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good explanation, perhaps, for that flop peel. Just with the queen high, very difficult to defend, but Carl could be in there with a wide range of holdings.
Yeah, well, this is episode 4 now of the Cash Game series here at Dusk Till Dawn. Still a work in progress. Club are spending a lot of money on making this a more enjoyable experience for everybody to watch, and things are improving every single week. And yeah, it's really, really nice now to see a switch in the type of players that are coming to the table, and there's a style here for everyone, and really, really interesting watch. Still in the early doors of today's stream.
And Ian getting in the mix here with a pretty nice pre-flop holding, ace queen suited on the button. So good holding, good position on the table. Has some limps in front of him. Makes it 200 to go. Kevin out of the small blind. Does cold call with the ace-2 suited, which could set off a chain effect of calls. We will see if Leo and Carl want to get involved. Leo does let the queen-jack offsuits go into the muck. Carl flicking it in though with the ace-6 off.
And James Ablett says, get me in this game. Fancies his chances, does James. James, I'm not too sure we could get you in because you'd be too busy watching Derby County in the Sunday League, right? But yeah, who knows, maybe we'll see some of the man himself, Mr. James Ablett, at the table at some point going forward. Definitely likes to portray himself on the stream games, played over in Bratislava on stream, put on a show over there, he did. Made some really, really big folds and some nice plays. Could have won more money if the cards had went his way.
Ian rivering a straight in this hand against Vinny. Turn check through.
And look at Vinny with that loose cannon style, just coming out with the bet and then...
Wow, Ian again just calling on the river. We saw him earlier just calling with aces, which was at the time felt a little bit on the tight side. And this time just beaten by a flush. And didn't find a raise, maybe a little bit conservative there from Ian.
Yeah, so the thing is with Ian there, again, it's not to be criticised because the guys won a huge part as he did with the aces earlier, but the aces earlier was a little bit different. This time I'd like to see Ian maybe take a couple seconds more to think about the range of hands that Vinny could show up with there, you know, betting £600 into 1.5k. And the likelihood here is Vinny's probably going to be betting bigger with a hand that beats ace queen like a flush, and maybe there'd be some hands that Vinny could have found a call with, but as we can see, he would have been folding with just a jack. And again, Ian scoops in a nice one with a nice river card, making that straight.
I did think about it. I thought about it. I think I'm more inclined to do it because Vinny's called 400 in it. More than blocking some of the good hands that you might call with.
Nine, 10 of clubs on the bottom, and he snapped calls, raised queen. I had to show, and everybody looked, and I'm sure they all thought, why is he being jamming?
Because Vinny's called 400 in it. more dead than it's not this.
9, 10 of clubs on the bottom. And he snapped calls.
Ethan coming in with the loose defend here, closing the action with the 7-5 off, decides to take up a flop, and here we go, 4-way to the flop. And a whole host of nothing. Yeah, a whole host of nothing for everyone here, so it seems. Depends who decides they want £240 most. Let's see if the turn card can give anyone anything to work with.
Yeah, so Leo improves to an up and down straight draw. That might be enough for him to take the lead.
Yeah, and he might actually get away with one here, James, because he's betting in position. You know, maybe people are thinking he's not going to be checking back the flop with an ace or potentially a flush draw. So definitely door is open to attack Leo here, but Ethan may think better of it with a 7-5. But is he thinking of what I've just said there? Decides to come in for the just call out of position, does Ethan?
Yeah, does have the 7 of diamonds working and a gut shot himself. Going to be tricky to.
And is Ethan going to show down and win with 7 high here?
That would feel good if it happened, but I have a feeling that Leo's going to bet this one. Just there with the 6 high, it's going to be one of the worst hands to.
Yeah, well, he's going to get away with one here, is Leo. But I mean, let's think realistically. If Ethan would have had a queen, would he have ever folded to this bet? I mean, expecting opponents in position on the flop to bet some ace-x and some diamonds, and maybe might not have folded one of the better hands in Ethan's range. Would he have there?
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a good point. I think this hand kind of shows the value of position a little bit. Just not much Ethan could do there out of position, having called on the turn.
James Abbott says Sunday League, Championship, League One, Premier League still taking more fans than that red team down the Swifty 2.
Was very disappointing to see Derby miss out on the playoffs.
Rooney.
Was it 8 bigs? They were buying him for 8 bigs.
I did actually go and see a game at Pride Park this season, but I was in the away stand, not in the home stand.
Oh, the chat's getting a little bit animated again. It's what we like to see. Daniel says, sickest hero call incoming. And we know Ethan's a capable player, Dan, but I don't think he'd been even considering the fact that 7 high was good there. It'd be interesting for him to see later that it was. Would have been a good time to mistakenly drop in a chip and be forced to call, right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if he managed to find a call there. I think Leo might be questioning some shenanigans because
that would have been like the Garrett hand with the Jack 4, right?
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And look at this, Carl actually has a hand here, and we've got some action all over this flop. We've got gut shots, we've got flush draws, we've got over pairs. We've got a little bit of everything here, and Carl's definitely going to be getting some action and having to navigate post again.
Yeah, he's got the dreaded jacks, but plenty of ways for him to get outdrawn here. But it's currently good.
Ian, in previous hands so far today, James, has been taking the cautious approach, and it's interesting to see he's deciding to fast play this ace high flush draw here.
Yeah.
And look at this, Vinny's coming in with the cold call with the gut shot. You've got to give it to the man. This is great to watch.
Not shy to get involved in these tricky spots.
Yeah, and it just creates that interesting dynamic now for Carl, and Leo's coming along as well. Like Carl's, I honestly, James, I would not be surprised to see Carl fold here. Like once it's gone, he bets 4 ways.
Oh wow!
He's jammed it in. And
I thought those were his cards and he was flicking it out. I was thinking it's only 300 for him to call, but yeah.
This is what I mean, James. You've got to give Carl praise for just recognising at times of when he's ahead. And what I thought we might have seen Carl pass there once it goes bet raise call, but Carl decides that his jacks are best, and he's not wrong. And now
Absolutely,
Ian,
and if he can force out to Ian's equity
Well,
here, that's going to be a
looks
huge win for him.
It looks like he's going to be able to take this one down pre-flop, because I don't see any. Even though Ian has 33% equity, James, I don't see any way he can call off 5 fags here.
No, I think they are just a little bit too deep for him to really just call this off.
And action is plentiful at dusk till dawn here. Carl just getting it in with the 200 big blinds on the flop with the jacks here, and as we can see, likely to be scooping down the 7.6k pot here.
Pretty hard for Ian. I mean, what's the best case scenario that he can really be in here? And it probably is the one that he's in, realistically, where he has sort of this 33-ish% equity. I mean, sure, he could be up against maybe like the 7-8 of hearts or something on a rare occasion where he does have the best hand, but most of the time going to be looking at some kind of overpair to the board as a very likely holding of Carl's. Maybe some ace-10. And yeah, this flop raise is going to backfire actually for Ian. And a really nice timed all in from Carl with these loose calls, providing him that opportunity to just take down what's in the middle. But Ian is still taking his time over this decision, knows that he is drawing to the nuts.
Yeah, I just don't see a way that Ian's going to flick this in, James. After seeing him not value bet with the aces and then with the straight before, doesn't seem he's the kind of player to just commit 5 grand on a flush draw.
No, and he does still have 2 players behind him. Admittedly, they did just call, but on a rare occasion, there could be a trapped set sitting behind you. I don't know how much that should factor into your decision making here, but it does make it that little bit worse.
Arguably, we'd be seeing sets check raise on such a dynamic board that can change a lot. But the problem is when these players call behind as well, maybe there's some hearts in there which can discount Ian's outs. Maybe it makes it even more difficult to call.
Absolutely, yeah. That is a very good point. That probably is more of an effect, and also a worse effect in essence for Ian. But he does find it. He does find the call.
And here we go. We're about to see one of the biggest pots that we've seen across the 4 episodes in the Cash Game series. Everybody get your seatbelts on. Carl Shaw going to be playing. We can't tell you the equity right now because it's still 4 away. But Carl is going to be practically flipping here against Ian. And Ian's going to be having to find an ace or one of the remaining hearts in the deck to stick Carl into the hole even more than he already is.
Oh,
and look at this, Vinny's flipping the coin. He could be coming to look himself, James. Look at this, he's flicked it in.
Oh my God, what is going on?
This is incredible.
That is
16k pot.
And he's got 3 outs, Vinny. Because he's literally looking for suit 8 here. Wow, that is an optimistic call to say the least. And
get the highlight reel ready. There's some action going off here.
How is Vinny 15% in this hand? Is that right? I mean, 3 outs twice, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what it'll be, yeah.
Oh, I mean...
And look at this, that card... It gives Vinny a... Oh no, he only got the 8. Well, let's see what the river is. And Carl holds with the top set, and there you go. That's what the table didn't want to see. Carl becomes the table chip leader, holding nicely there in a 3-way all-in. I'm pretty sure Vinny's going to be coming back for more. And there you go, the chips are across in Carl's direction. And look at this. Anybody questioning the action here at Dusk Till Dawn, Nottingham? We've seen this non-stop for 4 episodes.
What a crazy hand. Just how that played out was quite unusual, to say the least. And Carl will be pretty happy to have seen when he gets 2 calls that he had such good equity in the hand. Ian did, of course, have the live heart, had a pretty good draw, but couldn't find it. Massive pot. And Carl now, as we see, has the most chips on the table by far.
I mean, James, it'd be probably correct to assume that everybody wanted the offsuit 8 to roll off there and watch Vinny scoop that down with a good shot.
I would imagine so. That would have been quite something.
So Vinny exempt from the table at the moment, expecting he will come back with some more firepower to get back involved with. Not a guy who likes to quit so easily. And how could you blame him, James? Look at the action in this game.
Oh, absolutely! Wow. Yeah, this is what a pot. And,
yeah, Jack Kenny just said, "What a sick cooler," and Tobias says for Vinny, "Yeah, I mean, what can you do? It's a cooler. It's got to go in, you know. If 4 cards can make it straight, then what are you waiting for, right?" And we've got Tim Chung saying, "Maybe I'll come play soon." That would be interesting. Mr. Tim Chung fancying his chances here in the 5-10-25 at Dusk Till Dawn. Get your CV into Ryan Brodsky, say, would be very, very nice to be able to give you some stick in the commentary booth, Mr. Chung.
I would love to see Tim on the stream. Last time that we played together, he kept over-betting me and making me fold, and it would be nice to see what kind of range of hands he's doing that with, where I can see his old cards.
Yeah, very capable players, Mr. Chung, and also likes to give action for the game, so maybe we'll be seeing him on stream in the coming weeks, who knows. And we've got a message in the chat from Wayne Wilkins, evening all, watching along from Barcelona. So we've got some Spanish audience in, James. Can't be doing too badly.
Yeah, great to hear.
Yeah, hope Barcelona's nice, Wayne. And yeah, nice to have you on board for the stream. Hope you're enjoying the fun. Still only a couple of hours into tonight's stream. We've got plenty of time left. The action has been unfolding massively here. We've seen a huge pot with Ethan Foreman making quads on the river, all in on a turn against the straight. And we've just seen Carl Shaw scooping in a 16.4k pot there, getting it in with an overpair against a flush draw and a gut shot, holding it out. And now Carl Shaw in his element, playing deep stack poker with a huge stack in the 5-10-25, no limit at dusk.
So Vinny just sat out for the time being, although actually we do see him now returning to the table with what looks like a few plaques, so is going to reload, it seems.
I wondered if Vinny, when he went to the cash desk, James, I wondered if he was telling the cashier his bad beat story there or what. he got unlucky, right?
Well, yeah, you know, do wonder if there might have been a slightly better spot where he could have found to stick his money in, but you gotta respect his willingness to gamble.
And look at this, Carl Shaw just says, "Who on earth are you lot? 3 bets to 800 with the 10-6 suited."
Yeah, and we've unleashed a monster now. Carl with the deepest stack is going to put those chips to good use and going to put max pressure on pre-flop here.
It's almost as if Carl had won 600,000 in 2019, James.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, no, even before then, Carl has been around in the cash game streets, predominantly a cash game player, very, very comfortable playing in these deeper stack sizes, but clearly a very capable tournament player as well. And really, really finding his element now in this Dusk Till Dawn cash game, definitely taking the spotlight so far. And that's the man to beat today, James, Mr. Carl Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen him mixing it up pretty nicely. Has had some light holdings pre-flop, but also, of course, some real hands. And he's found some pretty good spots to just get maximum value from his hands.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to praise everything about this guy. You know, he's a fantastic poker player, not a bad-looking guy as well. He's got family, he's got children. The only thing he needs to change is that accent, the Brummie accent, James.
Yes, yeah. I'm a little bit partial to the Brummie accent. Charlie, recently Mickey Wernick passed away. He was an old school Greg from Birmingham, and we always used to make fun of his accent. He was from Dudley, I believe, and yeah, we always used to make fun. So
yeah, accent's definitely a fun topic to go off on a tangent about, but I definitely don't want to cause any fire in this chat because my accent, it's a little bit different than yours, James, right?
Hey, I was trying to be conservative and not point anything about.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not going to take long for all of Jamie Carragher and Stephen Gerrard chats to come in very shortly. You know, I'm expecting it. I hold my hands up. I will on the attack. You've got to be able to take it as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really know. I have a fairly neutral accent, I think. I'm not sure Lincoln is particularly a hotbed of strange accents. I don't know if you can detect one. My university friends that were from London always used to make fun of me for sounding just northern in general, I think. But other than that, but interesting haven't got here. Ian has a flush draw. Leo with the overpair.
Look at this.
Ian finding it on the river.
Instant service for Ian. Does check it over, and we're not going to be seeing any more betting from Leo's. That's going to be enough for Ian to take down this one.
Yeah, pretty bad card for Leo's hand there with black queens. The ace, of course, an overcard. And the front door flush coming in. Does manage to check it back and not lose anything extra. And 16.5k, is that the biggest stack we've seen on the 4 streams, Charlie?
Yeah, this far for sure, the biggest stack that we've seen, and I'm not surprised in any way, shape or form to see Carl with that stack. Fortunately for Carl this time, you know, even though he's in for a lot, he's actually winning some of this. I'm sure he's quite used to the feeling of being in for more than what he's got, you know. When you're playing these stakes in a cash game, sometimes you've got to put your hand in your pocket numerous times, James.
Yeah, of course, poker can't always be roses. Sometimes you're going to take some losses, even on the way to victory. You have to be prepared for that. No one can win 100% of the time, as nice as it would be. And especially in live poker, you know, it takes quite a long time for the long run to happen. Of course, only a certain amount of hands can be played of an evening, and so there can be periods of where it's just losing and more losing. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're playing badly. It can just be fortune not on your side. But fair to say that fortune has been on Carl's side this evening, but you also have to say that he's kind of made his own fortune as well. And but speaking of fortune, he has found top pair here in this hand. Although Kevin finding the jack on the turn to take the lead. Now with 1.1k in the middle. I think Kevin found a check call on the flop. Now Carl value betting this turn in position against the big blind. And Kevin just electing to check call would be perhaps a little bit strange to check raise one pair here, even though it is top pair, top kicker. And the 4-liner to a straight gets there on the river. Carl not going to like to see that against the big blind. Can be holding.
And does Carl decide to turn a 7 into a bluff here? We've seen Kevin and Carl go at it once before, and Kevin got the better. And look at this. He's going to do it again. Carl deciding he's got just enough showdown to not have to bet this one again. And again, the interesting dynamic between these two continues. I'm sure Carl will have it in his mind now that Kevin's got him twice, and Yeah, again, James, you've got to really, give some credit to the way Kevin's played so far over the 3 times we've seen him. Not put too much of a foot wrong, and he's got a very balanced style, likes to do different things against different players. And it's really nice to have the big dog back on the stream again.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like he's having a good time on the stream. Got those pinks stacked up nice and high. Maybe a little bit fortunate with that turn card. Obviously, Carl could be betting pretty wide on the flop. And I think Carl, checking back the river, probably just sensed that a 6 was a fairly likely holding for Kevin there, even though he didn't have it on this occasion. Could have put Kevin in a tough spot if he had elected to bet. Would have certainly been a tricky one to navigate for Kevin. So he'll be happy that that did get checked down.
How many pinks you got? How many stacks of pinks you got? 3 or 4? Sorry? No, I just want to know if we're getting a hand. And you're floating me. Some big double. Oh, you did. In his defense, yeah. I would have called. No, I just want to know if we're getting a hand. And you're floating me. How? Some big double. In his defense, yeah. Well, it wasn't just a button. But that was just a button. That's done. So why is the button passport? Oh, your worst fold, you were winning. Well, it wasn't just a button. Raise. 7, 6. But that was just a button.
We have 6-4 pass, 6-5 pass, 6-6, raise, 75, 7 call.
Oh, your worst fold, you were winning.
Raise, 7, 6-4 pass. We have 6-4 pass, 6-5 pass, 6-6, raise.
Oh, the blue hat. The blue hat out, boys. It's a happy face, man. Does that mean you're happy about your hand?
We'll see.
Yeah, really nice to see James. The table's just so relaxed and all having a chat, all getting along. Doesn't have to be so serious. Only playing for thousands of pounds.
Does that mean you're happy about your hand?
We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see. I mean, it can be a high pressure environment, poker. Like you say, lots of money on the line. But you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that this wasn't, some kind of small stakes home game, just from the atmosphere. So credit to the players for that. Certainly haven't heard any complaining, which is always nice. Poker can sometimes do that to you. It can be a frustrating game at times, and you can convince yourself that other people would like to hear about your complaints about how the game is treating you, but in general, nobody is too interested in hearing about your own misfortune.
And here we go, look at this. Carl just firing for 600 here.
Oh, wow. 2-1.
Yeah, just with that bottom pair.
Just going
on
for
the
two
button, in
extra
position.
pot. Like this is what I was talking about, James, with the whole dynamics of the game changing and the different styles of play and understandings and stuff. Like Carl just with this hand here putting max pressure on all holdings with that block at the bottom set, and thinks he can take it down here and now, making the game a little bit more difficult. Just really spicing things up with the 2x over bet flops that we've not seen yet before on the stream. But look at this, Leo decides to call it off. And going to be going heads up to a turn where the SPR is less than 1.5, and we could be seeing it all go in on a turn card here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we'd have seen Leo fold here, then that would have been, that would be pretty exploitable. Holding such a, a strong hand, but
well, I mean, it's definitely one where you couldn't really hate Leo for folding this spot, because I mean it can never feel good to call off 2x pot when you've got just a queen with no kicker. I mean, he did suss this one out and see that Carl was full of it, but very well timed give up from Carl as well to not commit anymore. Just understanding now, once Leo calls 2 times the pot, he's already got his seatbelt on and he's sticking around in disbelief. And there you go. Leo takes it down and Carl loses that one.
Yeah, I think yeah, would have been a little bit nervous about what might have been coming on the turn. Could be another reason to proceed cautiously. Could have seen what whilst the flop call feels a little bit mandatory. If he'd have faced a turn back, it would have felt a whole lot more uncertain. Actually, having said that, like you say, even top pair with just a weak kicker against an overbet is it's not the most favourable position to be in. You are sort of just hoping that your opponent is bluffing.
So I did pick up there. Ali said that he hopes people at home picking up his card distribution here, knowing that like he's not knitting it up, if you like, because he's been getting some bad hands. Yeah, we can see that, Ali. But listen, sometimes when you don't get the hands, you've got to create your own action, right? Like, this is your time.
Yeah, you can't let your dress sense do all the talking sometimes at the poker table. No, the Nittler has not come out yet for Ali. Yeah, I mean, here we see him fold the Queen Jack, but look at the action in front.
Oh, now look at this. Ethan deciding now's the time to get involved. Calls the 3-bet with the 4-3 suited. And we're going to be going 3-way here. And Ethan flops a straight.
Yeah, well, Ali going to be a little bit disappointed to have let go of that Queen Jack offsuit now, but of course the way the action went, it was would have been a very light peel. But Ian does make top pair, and Vinny with no pair and no draw and no equity.
Wowzers!
Just slams the flop for half pot or so. But Ian not going to be going anywhere with top pair, king kicker in position. And Vinny, there's really not any turn card that's going to improve his hand. So it'll be interesting to see if he continues his aggression with what is basically air here, or is complete air in fact. Perhaps not choosing the best hand to go berserk with here. And he has bet the river. There is an SPR of 1. And he's made a fairly committing looking bet size. Although now he will have saved himself that £1,000 that he has back versus moving all in with 0% equity.
Yeah, I think we can agree he's made a well-timed fold there, James.
Yes. Yeah, he'd have been looking for the 8 of hearts on the river. That's not too many outs.
James Ablett's got some more words in the chat. It's so hard to get a good balance between the table chat and the commentary. You either hear one clearly and not the other one, or vice versa. Well, if I ever questioned your intelligence in the past, James, you can only ever praise what you just said there right now. It makes a lot of sense. The difficult thing is, it's sometimes the table talk does die down, and then we go off on our tangents, and then sometimes we might miss when the tables talk kicks in again. But of course, nice to take a back seat and stop and listen to what's going on as well. And there's a look at today's cumulative winnings for you so far. And as you can see, some players are well and truly in the green now. And chips are shifting around as the night goes along. Well, Vinny stuck 7 bags at the moment. Ian stuck 5.5. And you got Carl, Ethan and Kevin healthily in the green. Still plenty of time left in tonight's cash game here at Dusk Till Dawn. Lots of action here. WPT returning for Bank Holiday Weekend. £500, £560 buy-in, 500k guarantee. A great reason to come and visit Dusk Till Dawn again. Cash games around the clock, whichever stake you are looking for. Really is the home of UK poker. Excited to see lots of faces around the club. And hope you guys are enjoying the weekly footage here of the 5, 10, 25 cash game. What do you think so far of tonight's action, James?
Yes, it's absolutely non-stop, isn't it? We have had some massive pots tonight. No, it's been fun to watch, absolutely, and I have a feeling it's just going to be like this until we wrap up. Still a couple of hours left to play, and Vinny will be pretty happy to get his money in here with top pair and a gut shot. But we'll be getting called here presumably.
And Vinny is on fumes here, and he's gonna be needing to hold if he wants to keep the stack. And it looks like he
does not hold.
As the ball came out so quickly.
Yeah, I think the graphics just were lagging a little bit behind there, perhaps, and yeah, the dealer's given the bad news there to Vinny, whose last 1k goes in a fairly decent spot this time, but Leo gets there with the flush, and just yeah, that sort of that ill-timed aggression in the hand before.
Yeah, so Vinny there losing out once more. Things certainly aren't going his way today. I wonder if we're going to see any more of him today. Definitely wouldn't be a bad game to buy back into, James. You know, there's still plenty of action going on. Definitely capable of getting his money back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last week, Vinny went on a pretty big heater at the beginning of the game, built up a sizable stack, not too dissimilar to what Cole has now, maybe a little bit less. It did unravel for him later on in the stream, and more misfortune this evening, but yeah, absolutely capable of spinning it up just as quickly as he's kind of spun it down, shall we say, this evening.
I'm trying not to be near. I'm trying not to be nitty.
I can make it 100 and you call, but I can make it 115 and you go call anyway. 50 quid. A lot of hash browns, man, from McDonald's. A lot of hash browns. I think it's like 30. I have to go bigger because I know you're going to call. Smashes my head. I can make it 100 and you call, but I can make it 115 and you're going to call anyway.
Wonder why people are talking about McDonald's, James. Like the restaurant in Dusk Till Dawn is really good in itself. No need for McDonald's, right?
Oh, it smashes my head.
No, absolutely. No, the food, yeah, the food's always actually been pretty good at Dusk Till Dawn. It's definitely a good attribute, because it can be tricky when you play poker tournaments. Obviously, they do last. Well, I mean, at least you hope that they last quite a long time. You can be sat there for a few hours.
Yeah, let's not promote it too much though, right? Next minute, 39 spicy chicken pastas, please.
Just seems to be the go-to menu item at the moment. But yeah, there are some options around as well. Like you can always nip off for a cheeky Nando's if needed. Five Guys also just across the way. Some players do opt to do that, but plenty of good options on the DTD menu. Ian, good shot of Ian there. It does look a little bit disheartened now, to be honest. Obviously, is stuck quite a lot in this game. Got unlucky earlier with a good 75% equity to win a big pot, but Ethan made quads on the river, and also that big hand, of course, against Carl, where he had the nut flush draw against the overpair. Couldn't find the heart or the ace to realise some of that equity, and as a result, not having the best evening in terms of results. And Ethan had a great start with that hand, of course, against Ian. Has just sort of dwindled down a little bit since then. Hasn't really done anything wrong per se. Hasn't stepped too out of line, but after that early win, might be a little bit disheartened to see those chips sort of dribbling away a little bit slowly, hoping to get something going.
Let's just have a little chat about the streaming itself, James. So in the first couple of episodes of DTD, we stressed that is still a work in progress. DTD are spending a lot of money into making the stream a more enjoyable watch for all of its audience, and it really still is a work in progress. It's not perfect, but it's getting much better. Today, the sound quality has been very, very good compared to what it was last week. There was still a couple of errors last week, but you can really see the improvements with the stream, and this has potential to be potentially the biggest stream in the UK at one point, James.
Yeah, absolutely, Charlie. I mean, yeah, still just getting it going, trying to make improvements every week. I know the guys have been getting new equipment to try and improve the quality of the stream as much as possible. And yeah, it's been quite an investment by Dusk Till Dawn. As we see the massive LED board in the background there, and all the television equipment, really wanting to commit to putting out a good product, a cash game stream, and all, of course, the streams for the massive tournaments that Dusk Till Dawn gets to hold on a regular basis. And yeah, of course, as with anything, bound to be some teething problems. Maybe the audio could have been better in spots here and there, but absolutely, the guys are on it, and each week it should be an improvement on the last.
We're going to have to go back to the action here, James,
yes,
because this is a spicy one. Ethan with the royal flush draw, Kevin with the turn set of eights, and it's going to go off, as we like to say in Liverpool. It's going off.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of big hands here. Royal flush draw. Another turn set of eights. We saw the turn set of eights. It was Ethan that had the turn set of eights earlier in the stream.
And
no quads this time, though.
If you wanted to find the brick, then they can't get much brickier than that, and Ethan's not going to be very happy when Kevin comes in for another street of value here. Can't really do anything now with his queen high.
That is about the most disappointing card that Ethan could see, the offsuit deuce. Although, of course, the 8 or 9 of clubs would have not been the best card either. That would have been much worse, in fact. They kept going for some value here, of course. And nothing much that Ethan can really do here other than sigh and ask the dealer to put a different card out there next time. But yeah, absolutely, the stream's going to be improving, and of course, we're both reasonably new to commentating, so it's something that I'm sure that we'll improve at. Letting the players talk at the right times is there's a bit of an art form to that, I think, and it's going to be something that we'll get better at as we do more commentary.
Yeah, just to roll back on accents, I wouldn't worry too much about our work, James. I got put on mute by the audience about three episodes ago, right?
Yeah, well, that'd be interesting if there was a mute Charlie option on YouTube. I'll have to ask the developers about that one.
We'll see what we can do. And let's talk about the location of Dusk Till Dawn in general, James. I mean, it's right in the bang in the middle of the country, really accessible for whether you're southern, whether you're northern. And yeah, it's in the right place. If you were going to open a card room and you said you wanted it to be in England, you'd probably put it somewhere near Nottingham, right?
Yeah, I'll forever be grateful for the location of Dusk Till Dawn, just because it's a nice short sort of 50-minute drive for myself, and there isn't really too many other places close by for me that would even be an option. So to have sort of the best place to play in the UK so close to me has always been helpful. But yeah, absolutely, it's might not be the most picturesque site on the industrial estate there, but absolutely it's a great location for poker. You don't really need pretty surroundings, and if you want to go bowling, hey, it's right there. But no, I think you're right. I think great for and easy access from London to Nottingham. In reality, I know that a lot of the London regs do come up for some of the festivals. Often see the London regs around, where I would imagine there'll be quite a few at the WPT that's upcoming at the end of the month.
There's hardly anyone left.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it's been like we mentioned, it's been around 15, 16 years now. It's amazing to think that. Dust Till Dawn just created when Rob was denied entry into a poker tournament for being 1 minute late. Late reg wasn't a thing at that time, and now we have Dust Till Dawn as he decided to open his own club, and we're very grateful for it. And here we have Ethan with top pair in this small pot. I think Kevin's just taken a little stab at it here with just the queen high, but not going to work. It'd be interesting to see if he takes another stab on the river, but he does just opt to check. So Ethan left with a decision to whether to value bet this one. Would be on the thinner side, and does just check that back, which seems reasonable.
Yeah, it would have worked.
Maybe looks like Vinny's called it an evening after getting stacked a couple of times. Ian just away from the table in seat 2 at the moment. So we are playing 5-handed, just temporarily. Carl picking up a premium holding here. Will his image come into play in this hand? Just one caller. Kevin in the big blinds in position with the queen 10 of clubs, and does manage to find that top pair on the flop in position. Carl opting to check this one. And wow, the check back from Kevin, a little bit on the conservative side, and has paid the price on this occasion. Not the card that he was looking for on the turn, just looking for a bit of pot control, I imagine there, Kevin on the flop. But he's now going to pay off a turn bet on this ace turn. That is a brick on the river, and Carl will be going for some value here with his ace king.
1250. 1250 and pass.
And a quick pass by Kevin after the dealer announced the 1250 bet.
1250 and pass.
It's been ages since I've been at uni. Yeah, I found it tough. I went to second year class with my friends. It's been ages since I've been at second year. And it was so difficult.
So Carl, the big winner this evening, sitting with 15.5k.
Went to second year class with my friends, even though it wasn't his second year. And it was so different.
Yeah. Can you call the wallet, Sean? Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're in the small round as well.
25.
Oh yeah. You're in the small round as well.
I think perhaps Kevin missed putting his blind out there in this hand or something. We just have a small little limped pot here. I believe this is the
This could believe the first. Yeah, this could be the first
smallest
pot.
pot we've seen go to a flop, right?
25. Check. 5 bet. 6-4 check. 6-5 check. 25.
I think the bet did go in on the flop.
6-4 check. 6-5 check.
So Ethan left with 8 high is going to take a stab at this on the river.
6-5 bet. 110. 110. 6-4 check. 6-5
That's
bet.
pot, and it's going to be pretty hard for Ali to do anything other than just let this one go. There's a 4-liner to a straight there. He's has bottom pair.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't speak too soon, James. We've seen that Ali isn't scared of a hero call earlier with the king high, and does he decide that his 3 is best here, he'd be right this time. But Ethan with the well-timed bluff and takes down a relatively small pot from what we've seen so far in this game.
Yeah, just the first time we've had a little bit of a lull in the action. Perhaps partly because Vinny no longer sitting at the table. That would be one cause. Ian did just sit out for a little while as well. So Ian down nearly 6k. Ali is even, and the rest of the guys all having a pretty decent evening so far.
Everything will be better in the morning. I thought going back to that. So I got him to go to bed and I came back here. And now what's the matter with that?
7 raise, 75.
Everything will be better in the morning. So I got him to go to bed and I came back down. And now what's the matter with that? I started playing it around. 15 minutes later, what was the matter with it? What's the matter with it? Goodness sake. And it was so fatiguing. I started playing it around. 15 minutes later, what was the matter with it? Goodness sake. And he was so fatigued.
Seven bet, 250. 6-1 puller. 6-4 pass.
So Carl taking a stab on this board, and Ian is a non-believer.
6-1 puller. 6-4 pass.
Looking him up with just the ace high. And
7 check.
that king on the turn does slow Carl down. Ian will be feeling pretty good about his hand now.
7 check.
I imagine that he will just elect to check and take his showdown value. No real need to bluff.
Yeah, check. 7 check.
Ace high.
It does check down.
Yeah, check.
And Ali there, opening the 8-4, suited, trying to get that nit tag taken off. I wonder if he showed that one just to prove a point.
Yeah, well, he's been unlucky with the card distribution, to be fair. He's not had that many hands to get involved with, but, you know, there's a couple of hours left and time's ticking. If he wants to have any more involvement today, he might have to spice up the hand selection pre-flop.
Does seem like we have some chips in front of the empty seat. I'm not sure if they're Vinny's chips or if we've got somebody else perhaps considering joining.
Just that Ross struggle. Yeah, well, I know.
No one's got the money to compete with his hands, so he's ready.
Rob's sitting in £1 cash games and he's interested.
Just that Ross struggle.
Kev Brown and Ian Gasgoigne, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, I know.
No one's got the money to compete with his hands, so he's ready.
Rob's sitting in £1 cash games and he's
Players just talking there about the man himself, Mr. Rob Young. Maybe wondering if he'd ever make an appearance on this game and see if he wants to come and play with the big dog Brown. Not too sure, to be honest, James. I think Rob likes to play a little bit bigger than this.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if we could get Rob on the stream at some point. I wouldn't rule it out completely. But yeah, Rob, a pretty busy guy. And of course, does like those big games. Did appear on high stakes poker for the first time recently. And didn't get to watch too much of that, but did see a clip of him winning a big pot off of Doug Polk in that game. Doug Polk, a bit of controversy surrounding him at the moment. Charlie, I don't know if you followed the such things in poker, but he's been under fire over the last couple of weeks. Or some of the comments he's made about Charlie Carroll in the past. It's all been going off. Leo had a interesting kind of draw here with the diamonds and a gut shot, but bricks. Ian making an extremely thin value bet here, or is it a bluff? It's hard to know. Very thin value bets with nothing on the board that. So perhaps it was a bluff.
Tom Brown says, how's the big dog been getting on? Yep, Kev's been put on a display again, Tom. He's not put too much of a foot wrong. He's had the better of Carl Short in a couple of pots. And yeah, he's definitely put himself out there on this table as he has done in the previous few sessions that we've seen of him. So yeah, nice to have Kevin back in the game today, in the mix, loving it he does.
Let's change. Oh no, we can't do it.
Couple of players pick up the always disappointing to peel back ace-4 offsuit. It's funny, however long you've been playing poker for, it can still make your heart flutter that one, Charlie. I don't know if you find that. It's always annoying to pick up the ace-4 off.
Yeah, I still have that effect now. It only seems to annoy me in live games though. Like, I mean, I peel ace-4 in live games and then there's something like annoying about it, whereas online I just kind of ignore it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I think it's sort of the effect of peeling it back and you kind of think you might have aces. Online it's kind of right in front of your face. It would be a little bit hard to mistake it. So, Carl finding a pair of fives does take this one down.
300.
And yeah, without Vinny sat in the game, the VPIPs all between 30 and 60%. Leo actually been the player most involved. Haven't really seen him get too out of line though.
I think I am going to start doing a bit more studying about this, you know, the solvers and the bloody... So I'm sure there's...
And hold the phone, did I just hear Ian Gasgoigne talking about solvers? Apparently, Mr. Gasgoigne has been studying away from the table.
He wants to be a little bit more careful, though, James, because any more talk about solvers in the game, he might not be getting a seat again.
Yes, absolutely.
However, Ian definitely been good action today. Potentially a couple of spots he'd missed value from, but he has picked up some big pots. And again, you can't really give him too much criticism about the way he's played today.
No, absolutely. I think he's kind of been unfortunate to be stuck so much. Hasn't really, you know, when he's got it in reasonably good as a minimum. He's managed to find a bet here, which will be enough to take it down. Did have the worst hand there against Ali, but 4 hearts on the board. One of those problems, though, Charlie, with maybe not value betting thin enough, is it can sometimes mean that you're bluffing too much. Something that players might pick up on. So if you're not willing to bet with strong hands, might mean that when he bets, he has more weak hands in his range than one might imagine.
Yeah.
For example here, would Ian be betting, what hearts would Ian be betting on this board, for example? But the player's nothing to defend with, so just take it out. So Everton found a big win, Charlie, the other day, I noticed.
Yeah, it's one of the very few days where I'm proud to speak about Everton lately. You know, nice to turn over Brighton and win 5-1. We needed it, and when I woke up and I seen the message on my phone, I thought people were joking, but then when I read the text a few times, I was like, really? And then didn't really know where the goals were coming from, but I mean, they played very, very well. And do you know what? It really makes you question things, because if you're capable of playing like that in one game, where have they been for the whole last 2 seasons, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a, you know, a surprising result based on form, but it just shows what they're capable of. Definitely, I did see a bit of that game. They played really well, and it didn't look like a team that were in the relegation mix. It might just be enough to get them over the line. That one victory. The run-in's pretty tough for all the teams down there at the bottom. So yeah, Everton looking much better to stay up. Always seem to get out of trouble, Everton. You know, every time that you're sort of stuck in the relegation mix, tend to find a way out. I myself am, you know, Liverpool got a bit of a sniff of catching Man U. Who would have thought that would be a nice development as a Liverpool fan, but still unlikely, I think. But a bit of a sweat. Nice to have a bit of a sweat of something when our season was pretty much written off a couple of months ago. Not sure who these players follow. I know that Ian is a Sheffield Wednesday fan. They made the League One playoffs this season, so they've still got a couple of games to go. Kind of rooting for them to not get promoted though, because as a Lincoln City fan, it is nice to play them in the same league. You know, it's quite a big game playing Sheffield Wednesday. And it looks like, Charlie, we've got a new player.
Here we go, filling up the game again. Is it Nick from last night? It's not. Looks like him a bit.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
We'll get some.
The graphics will help us out, I'm sure.
We'll get some confirmation. I don't know. I don't think it is Nick actually.
Oh, and we might see Ali get involved here, getting some chips out. It is a he's using his small denomination chips there to 3-bet. His kings, and it is just a
Unluckiest man in poker.
It is just a small raise here, just 2 times.
I always get to see England gets outdrawn. Unluckiest man in poker.
Did this go limp? Did he limp pre? Ethan isolated, and then now he's clicked it back. Trying to figure out how this action would have gone. Where
oh, here we go. We have got Nick back in the game. Featured on the stream a couple of times. And he was the big winner in last week's game, if I remember correctly. He had a really bad session the one before, and then a really, really good session in the last session. So I'm sure he's been eager to get back on the 5, 10, 25 DTD streets, and here he is again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he did have a good week last week. Looking to repeat that feat. Still got a reasonable amount of time to make something happen, and Ethan did take a stab at this on the flop, but now he makes a pair, and Ali just checking the kings 3 times on this board, having clicked it through. Oh, is the net alert going off, Charlie, or do you think we keep it quiet for this one? I don't know. That was kind of a strange part. I'm not quite sure how the action went free for this to get clicked back by Ali.
I'm just saying you're the unluckiest man in poker. Raise with kings.
And James, let's talk about poker again. What about Leo Worthington Lee's taking 3rd place in the EPT Monte Carlo for €400,000?
When you saw the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive result there for Leo. And yeah, not an easy event, that one in Monte Carlo. I know he might have needed that 400,000 just to pay for the hotel bill. I'm not sure, but
yeah, it's not a cheap place at all. But of course, Leo is a professional, and one of the biggest things that these guys have got to do, you know, is budgeting when you're going on these poker trips. And I'm sure he'd have found somewhere affordable. However, nice to get the nice 400k score there for him. Really, really happy for him. We was following the action this time last week. I believe this was the last day last week, actually. Or he was maybe through to the final day.
Yeah, you mentioned it on the stream last week that he was pretty deep.
Yeah, really nice to see him getting a result there, and just a reminder, really, you know, like local lad and stuff. It just really encourages to go on and play in these big tournaments, because it can happen to anyone, James.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I remember when Jake Cody kind of first came on the scene. He was brand new, and his poker career just ignited. You know, quicker than you would believe. He won an EPT in Deville, and then I think he went and smashed it at the World Series shortly after, and sort of went from being somebody that nobody really knew too well to being a bit of a poker superstar at that time. So yeah.
Well, Jake Cody in particular as well was very good for. If Dust Till Dawn ever needed any help with the publicity, he's got the famous video of spinning his tournament winnings on the roulette wheel. Rob spun that himself. That definitely got people talking even more about Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I was there actually when that happened. Yeah, very unlike Jake actually as well. Like it's not something that he's not too reckless in such ways. But yeah, absolutely, he did on that one occasion. Took a bit of a crazy dare, I think. And Leo is sat here with a full house, and Carl has a pretty good. Do you know what? Here he's got some blockers. We could see something from Carl here, whether it would be a call or. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a raise.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm a little bit surprised to see Carl calling this one off here. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's getting an incredible price, but it looks like Leo's value betting. And I thought for a second Carl might have decided to use his blockers and turn his hand into a bluff, but as we can see now, he'd be getting the bad news from Leo. It looks like Carl is in some sort of disbelief now, though, and only has to win such a small percentage of the time to profitably make a call here. Doesn't look like a man who wants to fold.
No, indeed, yeah. He's getting sort of like 3.5 to 1 here. Only has
and
to be...
does make a very good fold, does Carl. Something wasn't quite adding up in his head, but sure you'll see later on that it was a well-timed decision from Carl there.
Yeah, absolutely. Does well to let that one go. Could have been easy to flick that one in, hoping that you're good, sort of 20-25% of the time, which would be enough, but yeah, disciplined fold, and just goes to show he's got a few sides to his game, not just about aggression, but can think through hands quite well, and has really done quite a good job of picking up on his opponent's sort of strength in hand. Has a pretty good radar for when players are weak or strong, I think.
Yeah, James, well, aggression is obviously the toughest form of poker to play against, but, you know, your defence is equally as important in this game, especially when you're playing in stakes like 5, 10, 25 against other capable opponents as well. This game today, the styles they gel very well. There's lots of different styles. There's some players here that have been here who like to splash about, players here now who like to splash about, and some players are taking this a little bit more seriously and trying to stick to some theoretical lines, if you like. But there's been a little bit of everything for everyone, and like I say, I think the styles have really connected well together, and they've delivered us a really action-packed stream again.
£325 pass.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And Carl, now, as we're just discussing, his play this evening has picked up.
Whoa, look at this! Ali decided to send it with the ace-4 suited.
Wow, and that is the nit alert completely turned off. It is not there. He's gone for it in his hand.
And just like that, the flick had switched, and Carl's been at it all night, and this time he's got the Cowboys.
Yeah, there seems to be the new thing at the moment in poker, that those suited wheel aces making...
Yeah, it does make a good jam, does the ace-4 suited, but not when the opponent's got kings. We're not going to be seeing Carl fold this time. Does have some removal to aces. Just sent it in at the wrong time here, Ali. Hasn't got too far out of line at all, but he's not going to be liking the shape he's in this hand. Does actually read as 42% equity, which seems like an awful lot to what I was thinking. Might have something to do with the fold cards in the deck. So 3 cards working immediately for Ali. He's going to have to find one of the aces remaining in the pack. Potentially some spades can help him along the way. And 3 cards are gonna be turned over and no help for Ali. A 10 on the turn and it's only 3 cards remaining for Ali. Carl, huge favourite here to scoop in the 4k pot and just does. And there you go, Carl stack back up to 17k. Clear chip leader in this game. Did start off on a rocky slope. Things wasn't going as he'd like, but he's remained composed. And he's put his chips in when he should. And usually when you put your chips in when you should, the outcomes will be good. However, poker's a cruel game sometimes. So, Carl up to 17k. The table becomes even deeper. Looks like Ali has decided that now is not enough. Coming back for more. And it's going to be interesting to see how Ali responds to losing his stack there. And let's see how involved he is in the remainder of this stream.
Sometimes even the blind squirrel's got the nuts.
It looks like Ali's just reloaded for 1k, so playing fairly shallow.
I've got 2.
But now finding some hands to get involved with. I've been called out a little bit earlier for not being too active, but don't think we can accuse him of that anymore. Another Queen 10 suited also out there. We'll go 4-way. And I do find a 10, despite 3 of them being out, so the remaining 10 peels off, giving 3 players a pair of 10s. Ian with a gut shot.
125.
So I've seen Ali make some of these small bets sometimes, and he does bet really small here, and he's called in all 3 spots. This slows the action down, the King of Hearts on the turn. It is the Queen hands that are winning. Will they get to showdown? And they do, and they will split this pot. So Ali does increase his stack there by 20%. Playing a fairly shallow stack for these stakes. But I would imagine that he has a reasonable nous for this kind of stack size.
Yeah, maybe Ali decided that he was starting to get a little bit out of line and, you know, a bit angry at himself for taking the 4-bet bluff spot at the wrong time, and now he's decided to come in for the 1k spin up. You been playing much poker lately, James?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot more recently. I sort of had a bit of a hiatus from poker Found myself working in the real world, and yeah, just been getting back into it the last few months. Been finding myself down at Gasgoigne for some tournaments there, and getting back into playing online. Been playing spin and goes actually. Not really a format that I used to play, but been learning how to play spin and goes. I play quite a lot of them as well. You'd be
225.
I don't know how well you know spin and goes, but if I told you I started playing them for the first time in January, how many spin and goes do you think that I've played since then?
How many tables do you do at once?
So I've been increasing my number of tables as I've learned. So I started with 3, and I'm now on 12.
Right, so let's say we'd have an average of 6 at some point, and you started playing since January. So I'm going to go for 3,000.
I maybe have tricked you a little bit here because I have been playing the spin and go sort of fast format, flash format. So the actual number is 55,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a considerable amount of spinning goals.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hello. We found a. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood the action here.
Yeah, let's take a spin and go from the spin and goes and get back to the action, right?
I think Ian found a fold here on this board. Could have found a river call potentially. Carl value bet the river, but he does manage to fold. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's the format for me, honestly. Like it's a bit of a grind. I think I tend to play more MTTs was my format. It used to be sit and goes, but then sit and goes kind of died. Moved over to MTTs, and now I'm trying spin and goes. And yeah, I'm not sure. Gonna see how it goes. I haven't really lit the world on fire with my results so far. It's been kind of slow and steady, shall we say at best. But yeah, it's good to get back into poker though.
And there you go. Ian before claimed that he entered Solverland. Not long afterwards, he makes a well-timed fold there with a fold that a lot of players might not find.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if he's going to run home and put that one through the sim.
There we go. And look at this. Carl has got one of the best cash game hands you can possibly find in 10-9 suited. And we haven't seen a flop so far tonight where there's, don't get me wrong, there's been a lot of action, but we haven't seen one that has caused huge fireworks. And you look down at these suited connected hands in cash games, and you just know how explosive it can become so quickly, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, always looking for those suited connectors as a way of winning a big pot. You know, it can be hard for people to let go of things like overpairs, and you can. I mean, I'm speaking for suited connectors. We found a fairly favourable flop here for Carl. He's picked up a pretty decent draw, although nothing really for his opponents. So we'll probably just pick this one up.
And I know Carl, even though he's a very good player, he does like to gamble and create action as well. I think somebody could have jammed for 15, 20k there. He wouldn't have been folding, James.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's if someone had just dunked all in there for 15k, might have had to think about it a little while. But yes. Yeah, straight flush draws aren't easy to come by, to be fair, and never be drawing dead when you've got a straight flush draw. Poor old Nick's come and sat down and hasn't really found a spot to get involved yet. And there we're just analysing exactly how many buttons that Ali has undone on his shirt. Nice close-up view there. Definitely at least 2.
Are you going with all the boys all together? Are you getting like a grindhouse? Are you going to America? No. So you going with all the boys all together? Are you getting like a grindhouse? I prefer it personally. Yeah. It's like I prefer it personally, but it's like sometimes it's doing bored. Got one. I got family with me. Got one. You going as well? But I got family with me. You play the main. You're coming back from the main. Are you going as well? You play the main side now. Can't wait. It's like you coming back from the main start. When are you flying now? It's not looking forward to the flight. Can't wait. It's like honestly, it's horrible, man. 11 hours on the plane, 2 hours going through. Not looking forward to the flight security checks. That's 15 hours. It's a good 18 hours before you get out on the Airbnb. 2 hours going through each security checks. That's 15 hours. It's a good 18 hours before you get like to the Airbnb. I gotta do it with my kids. I'm traveling with my kids. I gotta do it with my kids. I'm traveling with my kids.
So the players just discussing the perils of going to Vegas for the summer. Ian opening this one up with the ace-5 suited.
A lot of people won't do it because it means lots of things like not drinking alcohol. There is a kind of technique for long flights. A lot of people won't do it because it means about 2 hours before. It means lots of things like there are things you can do to make it a lot, getting your body temperature right, and not eating on the flight, eating about 2 hours before the flight. There are things not eating on the flight, you know, like you don't want a full stomach, it heats your body up, then you can't, your body temperature's wrong to sleep. Yeah. There is, you're not eating on the flight, you know, like you don't want a full stomach, it heats your body up, then you can't, your body temperature's wrong. All the time you're looking at your watch, your kind of brain's kind of already in. Another thing is, set your watch to the time of where you're going as soon as you get on the plane. So all the time you're looking at your watch, you kind of, your brain's kind of already in. You kind of put your...
I just have to keep telling myself when I'm on the plane. It's going to be over soon.
You know. You kind of put your...
I just have to keep telling myself when I'm on the plane. It's going to be over soon.
So Ian just giving some life hacks there for flights. Did take a stab at that one, but went to showdown and Leo won with his pair of fours.
That's lovely, thank you. Sorry, can you go and put it in a mug? Sorry, normal. I just don't like it. That's lovely, thanks. Thank you. Sorry, just a normal cup or a mug. Sorry, normal. I just don't like it. Sorry, I should have said. Just a normal cup or a mug. Give it. Sorry, I should have said. See, a lot of people kind of, you know, hit the booze, eat the meal, watch a movie. Their body's like, see, a lot of people kind of digesting, you know, hit the booze, eat the meal, watching movie, their body's like, the other one is to drink this overheating, it's not going to digesting the food, you're not going to be able to.
275.
Headphones, the other one is to drink some music, listen to some music that you used to go to.
275.
So Leo getting a little bit out of line here, 3-betting the ace-3 offsuit against Ali on the button with Jack-9 suited.
I've flown a lot with business on one ball. You can see like the professional travellers, how they kind of manage themselves, you know. They get their head down.
And Leo with the draw to the wheel
Yeah, all that stuff. Body temperature's a big part of it as well.
is going to continue.
Yeah.
And of course, Ali is short here, so he's actually put him all in, and he will surely be snap calling here. Can't really consider doing anything else in this situation with this stack size. Even if your opponent has the overpair, it's you've still got some reasonable equity, so can't imagine Ali doing anything other than calling here.
I can confirm, James, Ali's just taking his TV time again.
I was about to say,
yeah. There's no chance. There's no chance on earth Ali's going to fold this one.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what he is thinking about, and yeah, when you sort of playing this short stack and you flop top pair in position in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, this is good. This is gonna tilt Leo when Ali eventually does make the call and he sees how long it took making to take the call. This could be tilting one for Leo. You know, you're definitely not gonna put Ali as high up as a 9 here when he takes this long to call. You know, especially with how much is in the pot and what's left in his own stack.
Yeah, 100%. This looks like a 5 or something, doesn't it? More, which would be more reasonable.
So I missed the action here, James. Did Leo 3-bet pre-flop or?
Yeah, so yeah, Ali opened the button and Leo 3-bet to 275 in the big blind.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean.
The flop, basically.
This is what I mean. If you're gonna call a 3-bet off this stack size with this hand and get this flop, I mean, we've just got to go with it, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. And what's the worst case scenario here is maybe that you're up against an overpair or something, and you've still got 5 outs. In that situation, not the end of the world. Does eventually call.
This is Ali. For all those on the stream, he's going to pay him off. Good luck, Ali. Oh, quick.
Players agreeing to run the board twice. A little bit of extra insurance for Ali. He's ahead at the moment. Still ahead on board 1. And that's going to do it. And now, going to be needing a deuce or an ace is Leo. Big trouble to lose this pot now.
Yeah, I was surprised to see he had so much equity as 32%. Just those sort of bare 7 outs twice with some dead cards.
Yeah,
favourable to him, I guess.
Each one out, roughly 2%. So with 2 cards to come, seems about right. Actually, after running twice, Leo's probably got an equity advantage in chopping. Like I expect, if he's 30% and running twice, feels like he's going to chop a fair amount there. Maybe a little bit unlucky to not find the split pot there.
Yeah, would
Ali, after taking his time to call, manages to get himself back in the mix, and he can play 2.3k now.
Yeah, that might cheer Ali up. He's been a little bit on the quiet side this evening, at least by his standards.
I wasn't expecting anything like that. I had ace-3 suited. I was thinking maybe you had like an ace-10 or something. I wasn't expecting anything like that.
Just a nice shot of the table here, and we see the LED board in the background with the D2D live brand.
Yeah, just a quick question, James. You haven't seen Ethan Foreman today by any chance, have you?
He's sort of been slinking lower in his chair as the evenings progressed, hasn't he? I think again maybe been a little bit of a victim to card distribution.
Yeah. It's got to be a frustrating one, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still having a great session, still winning 2.7k. But I imagine Ethan would have liked to have been a little bit more involved than what he has been tonight. Sometimes there's not a lot you can do, you know. If the dealer's giving you literally unplayable hands, then I mean, sometimes it's best to just hang about. But still in the mix is Ethan.
Poker's a bit of a funny game, isn't it? Because, you know, if you'd have told him, would he take being a 2k winner at the beginning of the session, I'm sure he'd have been very pleased with that. But just the way things have gone and being up so much early on in the game, maybe a little bit disappointed to have fallen back. But yeah, as we see, still a pretty healthy win so far for Ethan if he can hold on to that. And Carl and Kevin, and you know, Kevin has quietly made that 4k profit in some ways.
Yeah, really tough to actually figure out what Kevin's weak points are, because from what we've seen of him over the few sessions that he's played, he's not put too much of a foot wrong and done really well, you know, getting value from his hands. And like we said earlier, it's such an important factor to succeed at cash game poker and getting value from your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he seems to be a pretty solid player on the evidence of the season, on the evidence of this evening, and yeah, having a pretty good result so far.
Yeah, it really is crucial to be getting value from your hands. You know, when you're playing live poker, if you're lucky, you might see 25 hands an hour. It's pretty tough to make a good hand in 25 hands. So really, really important that you go for these marginal value bets. And Kevin's definitely one of the players capable of taking those spots.
What is that?
Must be up a bit now.
Really got to make the most of your time. Really nice to see him back at the table again today in the mix. I'm sure he'll be happy to back on stream himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nick finally getting a chance to get involved here. I don't think he's gone to a post-flop hand since taking Vinny's seat.
And interesting to note as well that Ian's completely bricked the flop.
He's found a little slippery double check here. And it looks like he's going to get a customer. Checks it twice out of position.
Yeah, and after the quick double check, I really like to see a call here. You know, he's definitely doing a great job and acting like he's got nothing. And I really like the way he just tossed those chips into the pot there carelessly. And yeah, we could see Nick get himself into a little bit of trouble now. Hopefully Ian can find the check once more. Does decide to lead, and he's kind of give the act away. And Nick definitely can't do anything with the 8 high.
Yeah, slightly unusual line there by Ian. As we see the cards, yeah, it would have been nice if he'd have slipped it over to him on the river. Kind of felt like he was setting up for that, the way he played the hand, but did decide to donk.
Yeah, massive. No, you did.
Yeah, when the flop goes check, it's really unlikely for Nick to show down with some flushes. So when he bets the turn, you expect it's going to be some Queen X sometimes and some things trying to get protection. Pretty safe for strong Queen X to go for another street of value. I'd like to have seen Ian find the river check there. And
yeah, check raise, yeah, absolutely.
However, no complaints again as Ian scoops in another pot.
A little heart on the river. Especially after you'd hit the jack on the turn. A little heart on the river.
Got Ali open limping here with the pocket threes. Let's see.
Carl limps the button.
And yeah, he encourages a couple of limps behind. Leo pretty light here with the offsuit 8-7.
Yeah, this is a dynamic that we've seen a lot over the first few episodes, James. There's been a lot of mixed limping strats. There's not been so much for tonight. maybe the introduction of the new players have kind of changed the dynamics of it a little bit, but nice to see that the game is remaining mixed in the pre-flop options.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, sometimes limp can be an underrated option. I'm not sure how much limping you get in cash games, but certainly in tournaments it can be utilised at certain stack depths. And Carl does have the best hand here with his pair of aces, and does have the 7 of hearts as a bit of backup. Only Nick has a better heart. He has folded. I think this is just going to get the job done now.
I can't believe I'm folding a flush draw to you. Why not? What is it? Let me see if it gets here. Honestly, do you expect me to just sit here and watch Gaza get hand after hand after hand without having any fun? What is this?
Was Ali wanting to rabbit hunt here or something?
I think Ali's just a little bit frustrated about the fact that he's not the best distribution of cards tonight, and his luck's not being in. Definitely not shy to be vocal and express his thoughts as Ali. Always fun to have different kinds of poker players at the table, James.
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels like we should get a dress code that players have to dress as similarly to Ali as they can, or as their wardrobes allow. I would find it reasonably challenging to find something that would match. So it could make for an interesting evening. We'll have to suggest that one to Ryan. See if he can still form a game, if that was the stipulation.
Yeah, well, the main question on people's lips is like, is this game being streamed, you know, somewhere really hot, or is it in fact Nottingham? He's deciding to, you know, spice it up with the orange shirt.
I mean, well, it was about 10 degrees today in Nottingham, so.
There you go. There he is, Ali. He's pretending like he's not having so much fun, but really, I can assure you, he is loving life right now, playing poker and dust till dawn.
Yeah, and his Instagram follower count must be increasing by the minute that he is on the stream.
Well, you do deserve a bit of luck, Gaza. You've lost the sickest hand of the day, that's for sure. You've lost the sickest hand of the day. Well, you do deserve a bit of luck, Gaza. You've lost the sickest hand of the day, that's for sure. Confuse me, sorry. You've lost the sickest hand of the day. Oh, is it on Kev? Sorry. Confuse me, sorry. Beg your pardon.
Carl getting a little bit out of line here with the ace-4 of hearts. Not too much going on for him in this hand, and Kevin has top pair. Although Carl now does pick up the bottom end of a 4-way straight draw. Well, an up and down straight draw, I should say. Let's see if he deems that enough to fire the turn. Does look like he's lining some ammo up. And we've seen Carl go big in these turn spots. And here he does utilise the overbet. Putting maximum pressure on Kevin here, who is sat with top pair, but just the jack kicker. And suddenly his hand is shriveled up a little bit versus this size bet. Being put through the grinder on this one, and it does let it go. Tough spot there for Kevin, and Carl gets it through. Maximum pressure applied on the turn. by Carl and further increases his chip lead at the table.
Good falls. Good falls.
Carl loving life. He's got the DTD fruit salads. He's just scooped a nice pot with ace high, getting his opponent off the top pair. He's up several thousand this evening. It's been a pretty good evening for Carl all round, and now he finds jacks on the following hand. And Leo has opted to limp the ace queen off. So will be interesting to see how this one proceeds.
Locked up, mate.
Respectable loss.
Leo does just flick in the call, doesn't choose to
Locked up, mate.
put in the old back raise,
Respectable loss.
just opts to call. And does flop best.
Yeah, James, and because of the way Leo decides to play this hand, you can't rule out him actually making a fair few chips out of this.
Yeah, his hand is fairly well disguised. Carl goes for the fairly small c-bet, sort of looking to find some value from his jacks. But may proceed on turn. Will be interesting to see.
Yeah, this is one that I expect Carl to check back pretty high frequency. When somebody limp calls, you're going to expect some sorts of connectors. They're going to be connected on this board. Now, Leo is probably going to get some value here, though. Wow, this is a sick check. Really doesn't give Carl for having a hand here. And I'm assuming he's going to be coming in with the check raise, depending on how big Carl decides to bet.
Yeah, maybe
Wow,
Leo hoping.
Carl's gone for it here.
Yeah, gone for the overbet value bet. I mean, he's.
I'm really not too sure if this is a value bet or not, James. He's bet. Is that 1.5x pot?
Not really trying to get an ace to fold though, right? So yeah, it's a little bit of a confusing one actually. But I think feels like he's going for just sort of max value against an 8 or you know, pocket 9s or something like.
Yeah, no, sorry, I misread the size of the pot. So Carl did choose for around 150% on the river. So clearly, taking jacks as a value bet here, as you should. I really like the size, and it's really greedy, and really putting some pressure on, you know, 6s, 7s, 8x, like those sort of hands. Unfortunately, the overbet was bad timing, and Leo's managed to find a check raise jam on him. Carl is a very comfortable player. It's whether he believes that Leo's capable of taking a check raise bluff here. And Leo is very disguised, and you know, Carl's line can definitely be attacked based on the check on the turn. It's going to be very interesting if Carl can get away from the spot here.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's thinking about this. I mean, I guess his jacks are kind of relevant. Does block the ace jack, which he might figure is a reasonable holding of his, you know, versus this line. Leo repping pretty strong, and Carl wouldn't perhaps expect him to have ace queen or ace king in this spot, given the limit all three.
This really is difficult for Carl when you stop and actually think about the action of this hand. Really tough for Carl to have really strong hands. You know, I'm not too sure how often he does get to 150% on this river, and it's whether Carl thinks Leo is going to be thinking this through, and if he can ever attack this as a bluff. Did move all in on the river very quickly, and like I do say, it's tough to think that Carl has at the top of his range here after the check on the turn. But nonetheless, in a very difficult spot here, as Carl expecting to be good a lot of the time when this ace rolls off on the river in a limp pot and once the opponent checks to him. But really puts the sword here by Leo.
Yeah, and Carl deep in the tank here. Very interesting how this hand played out.
Yeah, and this is a well-timed fold. I've been a really big fan of Carl's play on stream today, and really, when you're coming down to these key decisions in the big pots, this is how you really determine your win rate in these cash games. And again, really nice fold from Carl, and well played from Leo as well. It's just Carl's decision on the river is Leo ever going to take this line as a bluff? Carl's deciding that it's unlikely, and he manages to find a well-timed fold. I'm sure he'll enjoy seeing that one back later.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, you have to be impressed by Carl's play this evening. It really feels like he hasn't really put a foot wrong. Honestly, he's found aggression in the right spots. He's got people to fold better hands when he's had bluffs. He's got people to call when he's had the best hand, and he's managed to find the fold when players have been beat. So that's kind of the trifecta of poker, really.
Yeah, well, it's definitely worth highlighting that. You know, in every cash game episode, there's always a player who takes the spotlight and is the headline for the game, if you like. And we've seen Kevin have that spotlight a couple of times with the way he's played. And last week it was Nick who had the really big win, and everything was going his way, and he played very well. And today, Carl has been perfect. You know, he's gave action for the game. He's been fun to watch. He's got out of line. He's been in line. He's made good value bets. He's made good bluffs. And it's not like he's sat around folding and not been any action for the game. That's not the way. It's just not the way his style of play is. And from all angles today, Carl has been very entertaining to watch.
Completely agree. Yes.
Exactly what a stream would want. This is why he gets invited to games, because it's just non-stop with him. He can provide everything a cash game needs.
Oh, and hello, Ethan has woken up here.
Here we go, Ethan coming in with the 3-bet bluffski with the Queen 10 suited. Not a bad candidate to use, and he hasn't been involved much for a while, so he could be given some credit here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there you go, 250 quid dead money is going to be going onto the stack of Ethan Foreman, and just out of nowhere finds the trigger to take Queen 10 suited as the 3-bet bluff, and there you go, back involved in the action is Mr. Foreman.
Whereabouts a line or? Whereabouts a line or?
Sit fine raise, 175, 6 pass.
Probably a bad one.
Sit fine raise, 175, 6 pass.
Probably a bad one.
And here you go, you know, we hadn't seen much from Ethan in a couple of hours, mainly to the card distribution. It's a similar story for Kevin as well, and he's coming along now in this single raise pot with Ethan. And Ethan's now starting to fancy himself getting involved, squeezing it up with the Queen 7 of hearts out the small blind, and Kevin's decided that now is the time to get involved and try and make a big hand with his 9-6 of clubs.
Yeah, but they're both about to be delivered some bad news, as Ali's going to pump the price of poker up here with aces, and it's going to be pretty difficult though for either of them to do anything other than fold.
Yeah, Ali committing 70 big blinds out of his 200 big blind stack now, looking very strong, and I don't know if he'd have too many bluffs during this spot, but luckily nobody's going to have to think about that because nobody really had anything. So Ali picks up the aces and is going to take down some nice chips there.
Kevin likes those suitor connectors, but does think wiser than to peel one off there and chucks it in.
Well, yeah, really, really important to run a good stream, you know, when you've got the likes of the players at the table feeling very relaxed, and it helps when we're relaxed as well, and we can guide the action and go off tangents and have some fun. But you can really, one thing you can really say about this game is each and every single one of these players at the table have all had very strong thought processes tonight in the breaking down of hands. We've seen some really good laydowns and some really good value bets and lots of action as well. And this is exactly what you need to have a successful cash game stream. A little bit of everything for everyone.
100%, and credit to Ryan Brodsky, who's just in the shot there, just leaving as we speak. He puts the game together. Obviously, he knows most of the players very well. He's worked at Dusk for a long time, possibly since it opened. And yeah, he's in charge of getting the stream lineup together. So if you are interested, as we mentioned earlier, you can contact him either at the club or you can find him on Facebook.
Yep, can only get behind that, James. Ryan Brodsky, there he is in the background again, just trying to get that TV time. Yeah, don't blame him. Big compliments to Ryan Brodsky. Absolute gentleman. I don't think anyone's got a bad word to say about the guy. Runs the cash game poker at DTD very, very, very well. And yeah, really, really nice to have him in the casino.
100%, yeah. No, but absolutely not a bad word to say about Ryan. Such a good guy. Always very helpful.
It's kind of what makes a really good card room manager, right? It's being able to be authoritative and make the correct decisions and keep everything fair, but at the same time, just kind of drop yourself down to the level of the players and really have a good relationship with them. And that's one thing that Mr. Brodsky's definitely got.
Totally agree. Yeah, I think he maybe started as a dealer, but was very, very swiftly promoted and has kept in that position and tournament director and ever since. And yeah, he absolutely is excellent at it, no doubt about that. So good flop here for Nick in this hand. In the hijack, open this one up and can follow through with a c-bet with those two overcards and the up and down straight draw. Carl just with ace high lets it go.
So Simon is asking, what is minimum sit down? I believe the minimum sit down in this game is 1k. As one of our players that busted in this game today reloaded for 1k, so I'm guessing that's the minimum. We'll double check on that information for you shortly. Anybody looking to get involved in this game, like we said before, get yourself to Ryan Brodsky, put your credentials forward, and if we think it would be fun to let you go and portray your skills to all of the viewers, then you might get your chance to put on a show. Yeah, these games are there. There's definitely some good value in these games, you know. There's lots of players here to splash about and have fun. And not only that as well, just the whole setup at DTD. Really perfect place to be, and it's not a bad game to shot take.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it's been a very, very active table today. It's been a pleasure to watch the action.
Sounds like my type of game.
As soon as the stream is full of diamonds or something.
So Leo on the button here, opening it up, and Ian and Kevin defending out of the big blind and the straddle. Does just elect to check this one back. Not the board that you want to see as the opener here. Ian will lead out with his pair on a flush draw. Pretty decent board for him. does take that one down. That is a chunky fruit salad, Charlie. Can you see this just on the right of the screen? Carl tucking in. He's going to be working on that for a while.
Tasty. There's a quick look at tonight's chip counts for everybody. Carl is very much in the green now. It was a bad start to the session for him, but 6.6k up now. Kev 3.4, Ethan 2.7. Leo's up a bag. Ian not having the best of nights so far tonight. And we did have a couple of dropouts, Jordan, tonight as well. Didn't go so well for Vinny. Vinny had the bad night tonight. But yeah, I mean, the action has been plentiful, lots of fun. And there's been a display put on here from a good few people at this table. Everybody's V-pipped a reasonable amount and had their say on the flow of the game. And we're going to be finishing shortly, but the action is not over yet.
No, indeed, and Carl here in position against the 3-bet has ace-queen offsuit. Kevin has the Cowboys, and...
Right, I just want to take note now on what Kevin's sizing choice is here, because usually his bet sizings are very, very good. Obviously, you can't go crazy here because there's so many turn cards that can change the board. And does elect for around that 40% sizing, which was somewhere I'd expect him to have seen. Really, really does seem to be top-notch in a lot of the sizing choices he takes here. And this is going to be a good card for Kevin. Just kind of discounting one of the possible sets that Carl's going to show up with here. And the 2 black kings, I'm expecting him to come in with another protection bet again. And as we can see, Carl's got pretty much nothing here, so should just be taking it down on the turn card, should Kevin. And again, it's been another well-fought battle between Kevin and Carl, and Kevin coming out of the game once more. Yeah, and look at this. He's gone for the one, so 1.2 into 1.7. Yeah, really, really good size and choice now. Kevin just trying to make that pot as big as he possibly can to be able to unleash the lot on the river. And
kind of surprising to see Carl flick this one in.
Then Carl Shaw obviously just thinking that either Kevin's doing this really light and he thinks his ace-queen's still the best, or maybe he's got some plans to maybe turn his ace-queen into a bluff on diamond rivers, having that queen of diamonds in hand.
Yeah, I do suspect that might be the case as well. Going to be interesting now that it is checked over to him. Can he
look
win
at this,
showdown
Kevin's decided that Carl isn't going to be showing up calling another street of value with 10s, jacks and queens, which Carl can plausibly have.
He checks it back though. I did wonder if Carl might fancy ripping this one in and putting Kevin in the blender.
Again, it's all about timing again, so Carl did incorrectly make the turn call there. It'd be interesting to find out whether he was going to use that queen of diamonds blocker to potentially get out of shape on a diamond river, or whether he thought the ace queen was good and Kevin was 3-betting him light. Be interesting to find that one out. However, again, it's the time of the check. Kevin there setting that trap on the river, expecting Carl to have some fires on the river there. And again, Carl not taking the rope.
Yeah, very interesting hand there. Nicely played by Kevin.
Some very interesting dynamics on with this table today, James. We've got all the different player styles, and what a cash game it's been so far.
Yeah, and that's what you get as the stream progresses. Maybe not all of these players have played against each other before. They're sort of learning each other's tendencies and trying to adapt to them as best that they can.
Well, you seem to be doing...
Do you think Ali's wearing sunglasses because of the way that his shirt reflects, or do you think it's just a style choice?
You seem to be doing better out of them than me.
I'm sure Ali's got lots of different answers for that one question in itself, James. Here we go. No red cards for anybody to play with this time. and 4-way action to the flop.
Yeah, so somehow Ian's flop best here with the 7 deuce with bottom pair. Carl is
And look at
here.
this, Carl deciding that he's going to have some leads on this board, and I guess, you know, being somewhat backdoor wrapped around this is the reason why he's done this, and definitely not shy about playing post-flop features, Carl, and it's going to be interesting to see what turns he decides to battle on.
Yeah, and it's pretty brave to look Carl up here with bottom pair, because you know that some bullets might come flying, but could work out for Ian on this occasion. He seems to consider that his deuces are probably still good, but yes.
Carl actually makes the best hand. I'm not too sure whether he's going to get to showdown with it, but I really do like the give up on the turn from Carl there. You know, there's much better turn cards to battle on, a spade, a 4, a 6, something along those lines. Now, if he manages to find this call, James, I will be impressed.
Yeah, so Ian opting not to take his showdown value and turn his hand into a bluff here, recognising that it is potentially difficult for him to win at showdown.
Well, to be honest, we might see Carl pay this, because the turn went check, and he's saying he's got a king. Well, there you go, he gets out the way, and Carl announces 7 deuce, and even when he makes the wrong decision, he calls the hand just like that.
One for the cameras, guys.
Yeah, that would have been a somewhat special call there from Carl Shaw, but yep, can't really complain about how the hand was played. You can kind of get behind the flop lead. Gives up on the Queen of Clubs turn, not enough happening for him to continue bloating money into that pot. And on the river he gets bluffed off it.
Yeah, interesting hand, and good to see. I don't know. I think certainly could have seen Ian check back this river and just lose, and so he's earned that pot.
Raise me, I'm instantly going all in.
On the river?
Oh yeah. Well, what's 7 deuce? How do you raise me? I'm instantly going all in.
On the river?
Oh yeah. Well, what's 7 deuce? I just want to win the hand.
Sounds like Ian had some things in mind if Carl would have come out betting. It feels like he is suggesting that he would have been a non-believer and gone for the raise. I'm not sure if we'd have seen that in practice or not, but Carl looks like he's going to flick in a thin little value bet here on the river. Has he gone tiny? He has gone for the tiny value bet on the river, and Ian could look him up here with bottom pair. It's going to be hard to win. Bit of banter between these two in this hand, and looks like Ian is going to donate.
What's that?
And look at that, cool as you like. He told him you can save 60 quid, and then Ian decided he wanted to part ways with it. And again, another nice value bet there from Carl Shaw. Getting in the showboating towards the end of the stream. It's been a favourable cash session for himself. This would be a really good time to remind everybody that WPT 500 is returning to Dusk Till Dawn. It's the end of May, bank holiday weekend, a £560 tournament with a 500k guaranteed. If you fancy challenging your tournament skills and seeing if it's your lucky day to take the big score, then that is where you are heading the end of May. APAT is returning as well. To find out more schedule information, you just need to head to Dusk Till Dawn Casino's website, and you can find all the information that you need. Cash games around the clock. Any stakes can be provided. Really is the home of UK poker. Really nice to be working with Dusk Till Dawn again.
Absolutely, and there's a really nice view of the schedule on the website. If you go to dusktilldawnpoker.com /club, I've got it open right now just to help with our little plugs.
Once the wizards have calmed down.
And it's just got a really clear view of the schedule to come. You can see that all
And
the
look at
Apex
this.
stuff
Look
going on.
at
And,
this.
Ethan has found that ace. You know, it's he's bookending the session with some big hands potentially.
And look at Carl. Carl's got the 7 deuce. He decided, okay, the fun's not over yet. Now, I'm going to predict something here, James. I can see Ethan coming in with a flat here because Ethan does have a bit of an online background, if I remember correctly, and don't think he's going to have a 5-bet range here. And yes, he does call, just because when he 5-bets Carl here, it's just very much going to be aces. A very well timed from Ethan here. And now, do we see Carl unload some fireworks on Ethan and put him to the test? Does Ethan get a clean run out here for his aces?
Yeah, and this is looking like a board that Carl might be inclined to attack.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a point now where Ethan is just praying for everything that Carl is going to overpair to this board. And now I want to see Ethan do nothing but flat here. Carl with range advantage here after the 4-bet pre-flop. It's most likely for him to have the aces and the kings, and Ethan is really just allowing Carl now to fire off, and this is a very interesting hand coming towards the end of our stream.
See a 5 or a 6 roll off here.
And look at this one Ethan is not going to like. Carl makes a pair. Could argue it's more likely for Ethan to have more flushes in the spot than Carl, with Carl being the 4-better pre-flop. I expect that Ethan will be continuing with all of his suited connectors and stuff, and Carl does check this one back. And an ace on the river is going to make it near on impossible for Ethan to get out the way here. And does find a check, and
this could be some room here for Carl. I mean, obviously the 5 now does make a straight. Maybe makes the story of value betting an ace here a little bit more difficult to present.
I really like the way Ethan's played this hand. This has been top class, and he's gone all in, and now he's got to just snap it off, surely.
Yeah. And that's exactly what's happened.
And look at that. That has become the hand of the night for me, James. Ethan Foreman with literally fantastically played aces. If anybody is unsure how you set the trap, that is how it is. And it's been really tough to catch Carl today out of line. And Ethan,
yeah,
that
absolutely.
is an unbelievably played hand. And Ethan is the first one to literally catch Carl in the cookie jar today. Really don't hate Carl for pulling that trigger there at all. But Ethan, with the skies and aces to the finest fashion, and wins a huge pot to take him over to 10k towards the end of this session.
Yes, and Carl going to the max with the offsuit, 7 deuce. Looked like the deuce on the turn pairing him up might have saved him some money, but that ace on the river was just too tempting to bluff.
Yeah, Ethan's just recognising there, on the river card when the ace rolls off, it's going to be really tough for Carl to have any sort of defend frequency to a bet on the river. As what sort of hands is Carl going to call the river with? Carl definitely going to check some jacks through kings on the turn, scared of the diamond, and the ace is going to kill the action as well. And really tough to target ace king and stuff. Having 2 aces in hand, I think it's a really well timed check, and he made that decision very quickly and really does catch Carl there. And Ethan with potentially the best hand play that we've seen so far tonight, James.
Yeah, absolutely. It worked out very nicely for him there. He took absolutely took the slow play line, but it made a lot of sense on every street, the action that he took. And some players would have been tempted to fire in a raise to protect their hand at some point. It's with the red flop, 2 diamonds. I think certainly a lot of players might consider just firing it in and would have lost the value that Ethan managed to maximise in this hand.
Yeah, this is really what we spoke about earlier, James, about getting the most from your hands. And like you say, it really is the utmost bravery to just flat there on the flop on a board that can just change so much. And some players would really race to get all of their money in there just to take the pot down while they know they've got the best hand. and Ethan there getting the absolute maximum there, playing for absolute stacks. And you know, Ethan has moved up the stakes lately, so we've heard this was pretty much a shot take for him today, and really, really, really well executed from Ethan there. Fantastic.
Yeah, 100%, and it's been a funny session for him where he had a absolutely flying start, making quads on the river against Ian in a massive pot right at the beginning, and not too much going on in the middle for him, and then he's just bookended the session with a massive pot against Carl, and yeah, really nicely played hand.
Was it Edinburgh?
Carl has gotten out of line in a few spots, and no one's really managed to catch him with his hand in the cookie jar too much. But yeah, Ethan absolutely did there.
All the comps, yeah.
And there you go. Ethan hasn't been as involved tonight as what he'd have liked, mainly to card distribution, but there you go. Remain strong, remain composed in poker, and you get these spots, and the deck does hit you in the face sometimes. It's about how you play it and you get the max, and definitely he did there. And Carl was pretty much the highlight poker player during today's session, and that's the first thing that's gone really wrong for him, and I'm sure that will be a little bit frustrating after the session had took such a swing for the best. And towards the end of the session now, Carl's not got too much longer to grind that one back.
Yeah, and it just shows you how poker can sometimes just swing on one hand. Carl had a great session, been playing great, and just happened to bad timing in this hand and really went for it in a bad spot. And I'm not sure about the going after it so much with seven deuce offsuit though. Why is this being used as a hand to go nuts with pre-flop?
It's just the ultimate troll in a cash game, James. Like, if you're gonna bluff someone in a cash game, there's no better hand to do it with than 7 deuce.
You get it wrong, not a hero slide.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Carl,
can understand that. You get both max pain when you get to put that one over in certain
and look at
situations.
this, as Ali's called off with the queen high again.
He likes a hero called Ali, doesn't he?
But yeah, like I say, going back to Carl, not much went wrong for him during the session, and the 7-2 selection thing, of course, he's got out the line, but definitely a capable post-flop operator, so he knows which boards he can attack Ethan on, and he did recognise that very well, but Ethan was definitely in the disguise, and
Yeah, and that's definitely changed the makeup of the chip count for this evening. Carl now just about even, I think, for the evening, was the big winner. Now Ethan and Kevin, the two big winners this evening.
Yeah, it looks like Gary Spinks is in the background there as well, the man himself. Spinks, he played in episode 1 of the Cash Game series. If you want to go and see how his luck unfolded, episode 1 of the Cash Game series, DTD Live, Spinksy, I won't give any spoilers. Any Spinksy fans, go and watch the episode 1 and you can see how his luck was that day.
Yeah, and if you do fancy checking out any of the previous streams, they do get timestamps added to them, so you can sort of cherry pick the big pots that happen throughout the evening. Obviously, on the older streams, perhaps don't want to trawl through the 4 or 5 hours in total, but you can just cherry pick those big pots if you check out the timestamps. And there'll be a few of those timestamps slotted into this evening's episode. Plenty of big hands this evening. Ali just winning a small one here.
Yeah, he's good.
With a pair of 10s.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's going to see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy says, is Ethan the best to ever do it? Well, like I say, you can only get behind how Ethan's played during this session. Remain composed the entire way through, and pretty tough to find out where he's put a foot wrong. Really pleased for Ethan in how this session has unfolded for him.
Sort of self-deprecating humour there from Ali, referencing his Queen High haul a few minutes ago. That was not good.
£75 pass. Cool. Pass. Cool.
So still some time for us to enjoy the action here at Dusk Till Dawn. 5, 10, 25, no limit hold'em. If you would like to see what you'd look like on our screens and you want to battle alongside some of these players, you need to go to see Ryan Brodsky, get yourself on that list.
Ian flopping pretty good here, and just with the smooth call against Ethan's C-bet. From the big blinds. Will Ethan fire again at this pot, and does elect just to give up on it, most likely, although does now pair his 10. Ian slipping the check, so you've got to think that Ethan is going to fire out a value bet here. Try and get some value against potentially a 4 or some other pairs that Ian could have made. And he's gone full pot, so Ian probably, as we've seen this evening, unlikely to raise, I think.
10.
Does
King.
his call
10.
on the river with that deuce kicker. So it looks like we've got about 20-25 minutes left of the stream this evening. And as we've seen, it looked like Carl was heading to a nice victory this evening, but anything can happen in any given hand. So still time for things to get shaken up at the table.
I've had a big hand, lost a big hand. Have you been watching? I'll stay till midnight. Why don't we stay till midnight?
You finish.
I'll stay till midnight. Why don't we stay till midnight?
Can we just call it at midnight? All right,
We've all had plenty of camera time. We don't need the cameras on.
We'll go to midnight.
Yeah.
all right,
We've all had plenty of camera time. We don't need the cameras on. Yeah, I know.
Next minute you're on a t-shirt.
Ian feels like he's had enough camera time for the evening.
Yeah, I know.
Not sure Ali would agree. Do you know the story behind Ali being called Mozart on the graphics? Charlie, oh sorry, you are there, Charlie. Sorry.
Yeah. I can only imagine. I mean, is it his surname? No.
No, his surname is Ayub, I believe. Ayub. I'm sorry if I might be mispronouncing. I didn't know if it was to do with the shirt part, perhaps, or considers himself a classical composer of some kind. I'm not sure. Nick picking up aces here, but not getting too much action.
Yeah, so there's the chip counts there. Ethan is the clear winner today. Kevin is having a very good day at the office as well. Leo, not too
You've done great, mate.
But
Done
nice
great.
bag up,
Stay in
Nick
touch.
400 up, and then Carl only down a bag after losing the big pot before against Ethan, and then Ian not having a good day today.
So,
He's the best dealer in here.
Carl made a massive move with 7 deuce. So, just when the other guy hit a set
He's
of
the best
aces,
dealer in here.
Carl made a massive move with 7 deuce.
It's your fault.
Just when the other guy hit a set of aces. I was setting it up for my metal mark.
Give you a little drink after it.
It was. I was setting it up for my metal. It was an assist by me. You were thinking,
Give you a little drink after it.
it was an assist by me. You were thinking, guess I can do it. I'll fucking do it.
Look at that for tricks.
They can't make 5 or 6 really good.
Nice. I've never been able to learn that one. I can't say I've spent too much time practicing it.
Yeah, that's one of the tricks that you see Dan Jackson doing all the time at the table. I've never stopped to put the effort in to learn it. I can do it, but like a really, really bad version of it.
Yeah, I've got ace king on an ace. What?
I would have
I've got ace king on an ace. What?
So now we've got a variety of 7-5 suited.
Yeah, don't underestimate the 7-5 suited, especially spades.
And here we go, we've got lots of middling cards in the mix here, and this is where you want to see a 5, 6, 7 flop.
Do you have a novelty hand that you like other than aces? Obviously, Charlie.
You can't beat the power of aces. When you look at pocket aces, you always get a feeling that no other hand gives you, but the suited connectors are really, really attractive to see. And speaking of aces, there's 2 on the flop. Nobody find them on this time.
Yeah, it happens to be that 5-7 suited is my novelty go-to hand that I've always favoured. I think just must have won a few pots with it when I first started or something. It's also, ironically, the James Bond hand from Casino Royale. But I had it as my favourite hand prior to that happening. And then they wound up using it on the James Bond film. So there you go.
Here we go, we're going to see a little bit of fireworks between the 2 lots of 7-5, and then let's see what happens now.
Yeah, and the monster that is 7-5 has made that up and down straight draw. And
it's still going to be tough for Leo to win this pot now, because he's going to have to remember on this river card that Ian has called with the whole table behind him. So he's got to look very strong himself, and in the event of the board breaking out like this, I'm expecting Ian is going to be winning at some frequency. Really tough for Leo to find the second battle again now once Ian calls with the whole table behind him. But it looks like he has found it.
Yeah, it did just... has he bet £30? I'm not sure if the graphics are right on that one or not, but I mean, in theory, it might have been what he bet, because Ian did just have 7 high.
It's literally what I bet, just in case you had the same hand. I thought we might,
Spades.
It does seem like Leo literally bet £30 here, and it was enough to get Ian to fold. So quite creative sizing there from Leo.
I'm not good enough to bang in a
Suggested that he maybe just did this to get
I'm not good enough to bang in a
Ian off the chop, and if that was the case, it worked to perfection.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, it would have been.
Carl announces tilt raise. He's not really lying either. He has the Queen 8 offsuit. Ian finding the 3 bets with pocket 10s in the hijack.
Don't mind. Depends on the flop.
Will Carl
Just call. Don't mind. Let's play a hand.
defend his open
Depends on the
here?
flop.
Just the Queen 8
Just
offsuit.
call and let's play a hand.
Looks like he does flick it in. So Ian checks back the jack high flop, having 3-bet pre, and now checking on the ace turn. But Carl, making a pair on the river, may decide that his showdown value is enough here.
Pocket tens.
Does check it, and
Pocket tens.
Ian does check back the river as well. Board didn't really develop quite as he would have liked.
Too good. Push me. Too good. Push me.
But tens were good enough to win at showdown.
Well, that's one. Distracted that hard film.
So an action-packed evening. If you didn't catch all the action earlier, and you want to just rewind and catch some of the biggest hands. We had a big hand earlier with Ethan in a confrontation against Ian, where he turned a set of 8s against Ian's 9-7 offsuit, which turned a straight, and those guys got it all in. We had some big hands involving Vinny, who was with us earlier, but did end up leaving the stream after getting stacked a couple of times. Did make a pretty loose call in a very big hand. Carl had an overpair to the board with jacks. He got it in against Ian, who had the ace-high flush draw. And Vinny pulled it off with a gut shot as well. That was a big hand earlier this evening, but right now Ethan has found pocket kings, but isn't going to get any action. Ethan has found a few premium holdings this evening and has done quite well with them, especially having aces recently in that hand against Carl, where they had literally the antithesis of each other's hands. Ethan with the best hand in Texas Hold'em, Carl had the worst hand in Texas Hold'em, and they went to war. Ethan came out on top in that one.
Loads of people wanting to watch it. Yeah, they do, because it's really dull on the net. Game 4. Yeah, they do, because it's really dull on the net. Game 4. Game 5. Oh, they have to do the clips. Oh, they have to do the clips. That's the only reason people watch the Hustler streams, because they watch the little highlights. That's the only reason people watch the Hustler streams, because they watch the little highlights. And like pictures of people going, awesome, you know, how can you call me with that? You know, awesome, you know, how can you call me with that? You know, Miracle River. Miracle. You had quite a few out, you had about 10 hours anyway. You had quite a few out, you had about 10 hours anyway.
So Leo 3-betting out of the small blind. Nick getting involved here with the 9-7 offsuit. Not the most favourable board for tens. Does opt to not c-bet. Nick, not too much going for him here with the 9-7 offsuit, but is going to take a stab in this 3-bet pot. Leo does just give it up. With those 2 overcards on the board, certainly feasible holdings for Nick to have a king or a queen, or other cards interacting with this board.
Come on, these guys got to go on. My son's been watching, he says the stream's been really good. Everything about it's been watching, he says the stream's been really good. Everything about it's been good. Sound, camera work, everything. That's some positive feedback. Camera work, everything. I was told to let
Looks like getting some positive feedback on the stream from Ian Gasgoigne, which is nice to hear. Hope you guys have been enjoying this evening. Still a work in progress on the stream. We appreciate we've had a few audio difficulties and such, but certainly improving that week on week as we learn how to utilise the equipment the best that we can. It's a tricky art form, more than you would imagine. And also some nice camera shots this evening, quite artistic almost at times. If you're wondering where Charlie's popped off to, he's just having a few technical difficulties right now. Hopefully we'll have him back before the end of the stream. We do have a confrontation. Yeah, Ian finding kings and Nick with the tens. Might have been a little bit more interesting on a board that didn't contain an ace, but it does, and that's going to slow the action right down. Ian going for the delayed c-bet. It looks like we might have Charlie returning.
Yeah, here we go. Apologies about that. I'll be complaining to BT Internet about making me miss 10 minutes of the stream. Back in the booth to finish off tonight with James Atkin.
Glad to have you back, Charlie.
I'm sure I was missed.
No, you absolutely were. We didn't want to sign the stream off without you here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it would have been a great shame, but good to be back in. Did I miss anything in the short break that I had?
No, not really. Nothing too major going down. We did. Ian was just at the table making some nice comments about the stream and the improvements this week. So that's nice.
Yeah, really still is a work in progress. BTD. This is only episode 4, but you really can see the improvements if you go back over the previous episodes. Just the sound quality, you know, and the display, and just generally how things flow. It's nice to see that Dustin Dawn have really committed to the project and making the stream good. And without doubt, it's going to be one of the biggest UK streams very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And just apologies, it sounds like at the moment you might be able to hear the players a little bit out of sync or on a loop or something. And again, trying to sort out all these audio issues. I believe it's been pretty smooth sailing for most of the evening.
And here we go, look at this now, Carl going after Ethan with the jack straight off.
Yeah, and we've seen a mixture of good and bad timing from Carl this evening. Quite a lot of good timing and a little bit of bad timing.
What about this as well? Nick's come along with the cold call, the king queen off, and Ethan decides that flatten is the best way to proceed here. Doesn't want to completely blow up the pot here against Carl.
Yeah, so you know they are pretty deep stacked here, and ace king offsuit can be you can imagine out of position to Carl could be pretty tricky to navigate. And Carl flops best with now and doesn't need to bluff.
Yeah, very interesting to note about even though Carl's getting out of line pre-flop here, his post-flop navigation is very, very good, you know, just understanding that his hand's not strong enough to start firing 3 streets right now with a jack with no kicker. Got to be a little bit more careful with the 2 10s on board.
And Nick's going to come out firing, and Carl's going to look him up on the turn. This half pot size bet, and it does brick out. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, of course, there is 2 possible full houses.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's worth noting that the 8 isn't going to connect with Nick at all, because never expected him to lead the turn into 2 players with any of his 8x here. So now Nick is basically representing the 10 or nothing when he goes for a final street.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
And Nick bets 1.3k.
Did cold call out of the small blinds, so of course Cole, does block pocket jacks might be another possible holding of Nick's? I don't know if he would. He does get looked up here. Carl finds the claw. And that is, yeah, that's it.
Let's go. So ram back home, Birmingham.
It's a pretty nice river call.
That's my friend's favourite. That's my friend's favourite. King Ram. For you, baby. For Ram. King Ram. For you, baby.
There you go again. So Carl makes a great decision there post flop, and again just great for the game. You know, giving that action, put in the loose 3 better with the Jack 3 offsuit, and just tell everybody that Jack 3 is apparently one of his good friends' favourite hands. And nice to see that Carl's definitely not shy to give some action in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly put in some loose 3 bet 3 flop.
Let's keep this game going. Lock the doors. Keep this game going. Serious. Lock the doors.
Adam Hilton, Charlie, it sounds like you're in a bin. Being a scouser, it doesn't surprise me though. Hey, I knew someone would get one in. He's right, Hilton. So when you say it sounds like I'm in a bin, you mean that it sounds like I'm in Liverpool, right?
Let it be there. You'll never believe there. What more is it going to be if it's there? You'll never believe me. What more is it going to be if it's there? You'll never believe me. G's and P's. Hold. G's and P's. Hold.
Really has been an action-packed stream again, and don't go anywhere yet because we are by no means finished. And here we go with some more 5-way action.
Yeah, it looks like Ian's forgotten to show his cards to the RFID reader on this occasion, but presumably doesn't have a 10, or I would have expected to use that slot while putting it for 5 on the 10. Ian holding his mystery cards. And everyone else is left with absolutely nothing. Oh, actually, so Nick does have a up and down straight draw, but just a 4 high, and players behind him to act. So probably going to let this one go. And as I'm saying that, he does flick in the call. So does not get there with the straight, does make a pair of 4s though. They are not going to be good, and deciding whether to get some thin value here out of his 5. It would be too thin, to say the least. And it looks like he does just go for the check back. He will win.
Gentlemen, a pleasure. Well played, gentlemen.
It looks like that might be our last time of the evening, or perhaps it is Ali's last time of the evening anyway.
Yeah, maybe Ali's looking to get to one of those late night restaurants again like he was last week. Remember when he said he had people waiting for him?
Indeed. Well, or maybe, yeah, maybe he's got the VIP booth at the nightclub on standby. But no, I believe that actually is the end of our stream, Charlie.
Yeah, that is going to be yours. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining today's stream again. Episode 4, the action has been non-stop. We've seen some very big pots, and we had a very, very interesting dynamic to the table tonight. Some new players joining us on the stream, some guys that have played before. Really, really was plentiful the action, and we will return again next week at 7:30 for another episode of the Cash Game series. Myself, Charlie Reed, it has been a pleasure. James Atkin, thank you very much for joining me again today, mate.
No, you're very welcome, Charlie. It's been a pleasure calling the action with you this evening. And thanks very much for guiding us through.
Peace out. Thank you.
Cheers, everybody.